Check, check. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
Chimes in on both my computer and yours.
No.
Oh yeah, just look the damn thing up. Don't put it up half behind. No. I'm raising the old one. Agenda 2 days in advance, and then you have stuff piled in on top of that right at the glance.
Good evening, everybody. Who we got here? Who's here? Who's hot? Who's not? Let's see what I got here. Let me make this bigger. Okay. That's better. All right. Let me get one more bite of this.
We saw that.
Oh, that's a, I thought I ducked down. I had to order pizza. I ain't had time to cook. All right. Where we at? We got the corn? Oh, yeah, I see some names I ain't seen. All righty. Let me go to yeah. Okay. All right, Joe, we ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got 5. We got a quorum. All right, I'm gonna call this town council meeting to order. All right, town manager, can you take the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Councilman Brewer.
Here.
Councilman Fields.
Here.
Councilwoman Neville.
We didn't hear you, Sydney.
Present.
Councilwoman Miles. Councilwoman Willis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
I am here once again.
And Mayor Wood.
Present. All right, we have a quorum present. All right, we're gonna have a moment of silent prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Amen. Amen. Hopefully y'all remember all of the people who are mourning the loss of loved ones and the people over in Beirut and Lebanon. Please allow me to lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag
of the
of the
United
United States of America
and to the
and to the
republic
republic
which it
for which
stands,
it stands,
nation,
one nation,
under God,
under God,
visible,
indivisible,
and justice for all.
liberty and justice for all.
All right. Next on our agenda is the adoption of our agenda. All right. Hotel manager, did you have anything to add to the posted agenda? You're on mute, so if you unmute yourself, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Yes, sir, Mayor. I had one item to add. It is on the it's agenda item L on the agenda packet that I sent out this evening. It is an initiating resolution for a public hearing on September the 15th. So I'm happy to explain that in that order, but I'm asking that the agenda be amended to reflect that item.
Okay, item number L. All right, council, does anybody have anything else to add to the agenda?
Yes, I have a comment and something to add. I'm looking on YouTube and I just want to make sure that this is streaming somewhere. Is our meeting being streamed for the public?
Hold on, let me see. It should be on the official Town of Dumfries, and I know we're live on our Comcast right now as well.
We're experiencing technical difficulties with YouTube, but yes, we are on television.
So everyone doesn't have like cable like myself. I chose to cut the cord. So will this be available in the spirit of transparency and due diligence for the people to see our meeting
Yes, ma'am.
tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
So my other thing, I'd like to add an action item directing the town manager to submit all necessary agenda items to council. This is speaking to like his reports, and post it for the public no later than the Wednesday prior to a council meeting and or work session. And I state that can go as, I guess it'll all be the same motion, or do you want two different motions? How do you want that, Mayor?
So let's do two separate motions, because I'm trying to figure out what the motion is or what I'm writing down here. So we got L, adding L, initiating resolution for a public hearing on our zoning text amendment 2020. And what's your motion you want to make?
To put some time limits on, things happen, but you know, as far as like reports, like the treasury report, the town manager report, we need to receive those types of items for the agenda at least the Wednesday before a meeting or work session.
Can we just add that?
Receive them at 5:17 the night of a meeting. I'm not prepared to discuss them or a treasurer's report.
All right, so we can just tie that into the discussion over on A that's on the agenda, the town manager's discussion item on the town manager's report.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
All right. So I welcome a motion now to adopt the agenda as amended with item L with the initiating resolution for zoning text amendment 2020-002.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by the vice mayor. Is there a second to amend the agenda? Okay, I'll second it. All right, so motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, there's a motion to adopt the agenda. Say again, Melvin, did you have something? Okay. There's a motion to adopt the agenda as amended by the vice mayor, second by me, adding zoning text amendment 2020-002, initiating resolution to schedule a public hearing on All in favor? We're gonna go Councilman Fields. You're on mute too.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Brewer.
No.
Okay. Councilwoman Willis.
Mayor, can you repeat that? I'm having technical difficulties. What are we voting on one more time?
Motion to adopt the agenda as amended, adding the initiating resolution to authorize a public hearing of zoning text amendment 2020-002.
No.
All right. Councilwoman DeVille.
Yeah, since it's authorized in a public hearing, I will support that, yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, and that's a yes for me. Motion carries 4-2 to adopt the agenda. Okay. All right, next on our agenda, or first up on our agenda, is a presentation from AECOM. Alexa, talking about our comprehensive plan updates. So we'll turn this on over to AECOM to do our presentation. Mr. Capers, you want to introduce this or start this off, or we're going straight into
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Will Capers, and I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development with the Town of Dumfries. It is with great pleasure this evening that the Department of Planning, with the aid of AECOM, will provide a presentation of the 2020 Comprehensive Plan Update, which will be a segue for a resolution to initiate these updates and amendments to the comp plan to later to be reviewed by the PC and adopted by the Council. As many of you may be aware, the impetus of the Comprehensive Plan Update has been largely developed by the Route 1 widening project and the most recent news of the town receiving full funding for Route 1 project that would eventually revert Main Street back to the town. Our Comprehensive Plan Update institutes the vision of what the Council and citizens of Dumfries want Main Street to become in the future as a true Main Street characterized by a vibrant mixed-use corridor. This has been a vigorous process where we involved and engaged citizens of Dumfries as well as other stakeholders and worked with various staff on state and local level. And we are proud to say that we have developed a product that the Council and citizens will be satisfied with. So without further ado, I would like to introduce John Bachman and Alexa Hybridge to present the comp plan update to the Town Council for information purposes only. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable Council, women and men. Thank you very much for the audience this evening. Appreciate the chance to present the plan that we've developed together with the town of Dumfries for the evolution of Main Street. If you'll please excuse Orlando, Florida, not a very topical background, but I recently made a trip there virtually and it's just dogging me now. I can't quite get rid of it, but I can do better than that by sharing my screen. And we'll get right to Dumfries itself. You now see my PowerPoint screen. Can you see a perspective image of Main Street? Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me okay too?
Yes, we see it.
So this short presentation will cover the Main Street project and its outcomes and also updates to the comprehensive plan and the zoning code amendments, which are proposed as the two mechanisms to make the redevelopment of Main Street a reality. So basically, as Will said, it's about creating a vibrant destination for residents and visitors alike along Main Street, especially the segment of Main Street that runs from Fraley Boulevard southwest and to Quantico Creek. That's the part of Main Street that we focused on, not the part after that that later reconnects with Route 1 to the south. And so basically the two mechanisms to enable the transformation of Main Street are the Comprehensive Plan Amendment 2020, which includes a new Main Street small area plan, laying out the physical and other parameters of future Main Street. And it also includes some other updates, including demographic analysis and brings up to date some of the other sections related to the status of projects and funding arrangements and that kind of thing. And also includes zoning ordinance changes, specifically with the introduction of 2 new zoning districts. So let's see, maybe if I can do this. Trying to make this smaller. There we go. And so, you know, the opportunity to create a vibrant, compact, walkable, and sustainable place right on Main Street in Dumfries is really brought to the town by the planned and now programmed improvements to Fraley Boulevard, which will be, as you all know, northbound and southbound. And that opens up the possibility for VDOT to transfer the ownership of the right-of-way of Main Street as it passes through the town to the town of Dumfries. And that allows you all to essentially make some changes to the way the road is managed and to allow new types of development to occur on it. So the idea is to reintroduce a building form and scale in line with the historic built environment along Main Street. So, you know, not only recreating some of the original small rectangular blocks, which, you know, Dumfries has great bones. These are small blocks that are very walkable and lend themselves to using multiple modes of transportation. It wasn't designed for cars, obviously. It was designed for horses and people, which makes it still great for people and can work for pedestrians and bikes. And it will accommodate in the car's future too. It'll be car friendly, but not car dominated. We're also proposing to encourage a diverse set of land uses. So with a lot of commercial uses on the ground floor, not 100%, which would be hard to do in any market environment, not just 2020, but in American cities these days, it's hard to legislate all retail, dining, and entertainment on the ground floor, but we say at least 60%. So that provides for a lot of things to do, places to go, a place that residents and families in Dumfries can go on an evening or on a weekend to have dinner, walk around, enjoy the park, etc. We're also proposing to emphasize Dumfries' civic roots by creating a loop that connects the town municipal offices, Garrison Park, the elementary school, and Weems Spot Museum, as well as the cemetery behind the school. And then also, from the beginning, we've been celebrating the diversity of Dumfries, and we think that the town can lay the groundwork for a diverse urban environment that reflects that diversity of the people. So here's our perspective drawing of what Main Street would look like, looking west from across the street from the town offices. So this building you'll recognize is existing, and these are all proposed representational new buildings. They're not specific proposals. These are the kinds of buildings that people can build based on the rules for development that we've set up in the comp plan and specifically the zoning ordinance. So you see that it becomes a multimodal street. As I said, it still accommodates cars, hopefully at a slower speed than currently, but it also accommodates cyclists and pedestrians. It provides for outdoor dining and basically the life of the community, which facilitates interaction among its members, and therefore strengthens social networks and the sense of community. So this is kind of a diagrammatic plan. This isn't a real land use plan that stipulates exactly what can be done on every parcel, but it shows that the part of Main Street that we're really focused on right here between Fraley Boulevard and Quantico Creek, that there is non-residential development taking place in general in the buildings that are facing the street, and that pedestrian and the cyclist and the people driving will see as they move through the space. More generally, it's mixed-use development, and it allows for dining, retail, office, if market calls for that, which not too likely. Even before the pandemic, it wasn't the most likely use. More likely that it's going to be residential with local serving retail and also destination retail and entertainment, because we see this as a place where people will come to from other areas of Prince William County and perhaps beyond to take experience the new version of historic Dumfries with 1 foot in its past and 1 foot in the 21st century too. And I'll just note that this part over here is different. So the Main Street will have one new district type in the ordinance, a set of rules that basically specify what place here. And then this area, which we call off Main Street, going up to Weems Spot and over to the elementary school, will have another set of rules where there's much less development, but it does allow for the introduction of small scale duplexes up to threeplexes on the existing single family type lots in that area. So there's a little bit of densification that goes here, but the character remains the same, basically single family detached buildings. But those additional people that live here the additional housing puts downward pressure on housing prices and contributes to affordability. And the additional people helps make the retail and entertainment on Main Street more commercially viable. So the two areas are related to each other. So this is straight out of the comprehensive plan. Here are some specific strategies related to implementation. I won't read them all, but you can see that it involves transferring the ownership rights of Main Street to the town, carrying out improvements of the Main Street itself. It needs to be redesigned and rebuilt to be a complete street. And also improvements to Garrison Park is included here. Investigating options for structured parking. Parking is something that will be needed to accommodate people driving here to experience the environment and take advantage of the retail and entertainment offering. And it doesn't all have to be structured, as I'll show you in a minute. But at some point, as the density increases, structured parking will be needed. So it's probably a good idea to consider doing a structured public parking facility, but that doesn't mean necessarily that the town would have to build it or own it. That would be one option. You could also contract with the developer to build it and own it and provide that service as a fee. So there are options to look at. Investigating those options. And then, continue the stakeholder engagement. We've already had 2 meetings with the public, and we've presented also, as an aside, we've presented the changes to the comp plan and the zoning ordinance to the Planning Commission twice, gotten feedback and made changes in response to their comments. And we've had good attendance at both events and a lot of positive feedback. So it'll be necessary once the 2 documents are finalized to raise public awareness about the specific types of development that the town is looking for, and basically make it easier for people to prepare proposals that are consistent with the framework for future development. So here's kind of a bird's eye of one way it might turn out as individual projects come forward and are built. You notice this is kind of a generic development. It's just showing the number of stories, and it's up to 5 stories. And you can expect that most developers will, take advantage of that increased density and go for all 5. But if they want to do 3 or 4, that's fine too. The setback rules stipulate that the buildings must face the street, as this one does here, and be no more than 15 feet from the sidewalk, from the public right-of-way. But they can have surface parking in the back, and that surface parking can include, highly permeable surfaces that can capture and detain rainwater, thereby compensating for some of the additional hardscape that is some of the additional ground coverings that the buildings represent. Although the buildings themselves can also have green roofs, so we leave it up to developers to decide whether they want to absorb their rainwater on the roof, on the ground, or both. But we set a standard for permeability, and then the designs have to work to reach that standard. So we expect, that there can be quite a bit of diversity in terms of the form of these buildings. We're showing these rather simply, just following these lot lines. But you could have not only You can have variations in the facade of the buildings that you can see here on these prototypical development types. So this, is probably an apartment building over some stores and restaurants below. Here's the street. And so this, the developer here might decide to vary that facade because, it makes for a more interesting framing of the space and the building might be more attractive. Others may decide to go for, more conventional flat surface, but break it up with materials. The overall building envelope is regulated by the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, but the architectural style, material, colors, et cetera, are not. And this again is a way to get a diversity in the built environment, which we think reflects the character of Dumfries and is a positive attribute. We're very intentionally not replicating a historical, Virginia small town. This is the modern version of it. So the buildings frame the street because that's the public room where people interact, and that's where the excitement of Dumfries comes through. But how people want to actually design their buildings, that's up to them. So some of these other types again show you can do, probably a lot of people will do surface parking in the back because it's less expensive. Other developers may see that their project can cover the cost of structured parking like this, which you can see tucked behind a building, an L-shaped building, covering part or all of a block, which again might have apartments over some commercial units below. So the street itself also will undergo transformation, going from totally car-oriented, with the exception of a 6-foot sidewalk, with 3 lanes in the middle turn lane, to a 2-way street with 2 lanes, but that also has bike lanes and wider sidewalks and street trees and sidewalks and safe crossings. So just to jump ahead a second, here's the section for the sort of, step design for the street. This isn't a design per se. This is, you say it's like a 10% design. Here's the idea: to take the exact same curb width, which saves a lot of money because you don't have to move the stormwater infrastructure that is under the curb. And within that right-of-way, be space to include 2-way traffic with the bike lane and also on-street parking, which helps obviously provide a barrier between cars and pedestrians, and is also, convenient for people who want to come stop here from outside. And it includes a wider sidewalk. And you see the setbacks here. Some buildings can be set back up to 15 feet. Others can be right on the sidewalk. And that again is a kind of diversity of the facades of the buildings in their position to the street. They're all facing the street. They all have a requirement for a certain amount of windows so that they are open and engaged, and you can't do blank walls that would kill the street in terms of activity. So they all, as planners like to say, the buildings activate the street, but they can be right on the sidewalk or they can be set back, especially if the owner wants to do sidewalk dining and that kind of thing. So there is flexibility, and we expect that proposals will actually take advantage of that and have different relationships to the street. So just to go back to this for a second, here's the kind of the street plan. Main Street remains as is. Here are some proposed roadway connections to recreate in the old right-of-way the street that is parallel to Main Street to the southeast, to connect and then have two new connecting streets up to Main Street. This one aligns with these 2 existing streets, and then this is kind of an existing street, but could be rebuilt to proper town standards to reconnect here. So there is, along Main Street, there is some reconstruction of the traditional block pattern, which is so much in evidence here in the off Main Street area. And we think that'll help add character. We talked about speed reduction. Perhaps the target is 25 miles per hour. That can be discussed. Right. So in terms of the actual updates to the comprehensive plan that Alexa and I have made under Will and Keith's guidance, these include, the biggest part is the actual small area plan for the Main Street small area plan, which we wrote and drew and prepared. It's maybe 5 pages of new material that goes in the land use chapter. And then the strategies are also updated. We saw them on the other slide. But changing the land use and all of the other changes that are proposed are obviously not just related to land use. So we made corresponding changes, especially in transportation, housing, and parks and recreation, and in order to put in the other parts of the redevelopment of Main Street that are not strictly land use related. And then, as I mentioned, we made some other general changes to the comprehensive plan to update the status of projects and correct some of the information that has changed since the last edition in 2014. So it can be issued in its totality as a 2020 amendment to the comp. And finally, I'll just touch on the two new districts. So the main one is around Main Street itself. So basically, we're changing the density in terms of housing, and more important, the height limits go up to 65 feet so that you can have 5-story buildings, because commercial floors at the ground floor, are typically more than 10-foot floor to floor. You can do a 5-story building within 65 feet. You can't do it 6 stories, doesn't fit if it's mixed use. And most importantly, it allows multiple kinds of uses in the same project: residential, office, retail, dining. There is a minimum, a threshold of 60% of the floor area of the building facing Main Street, not facing the side street or the back. So there isn't a requirement there, which must be non-residential. And that's about, again, this activation of the street by the uses and the buildings. We talked about the setbacks. There's minimum lot size and other typical parameters that you find, in a zoning ordinance. So that's Main Street itself. And then the other part off Main Street, as I mentioned, basically we're keeping the character the same, but we are allowing on a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. And originally we were working with 5,000. We got feedback from the Planning Commission that they didn't think, that they thought that was too tight, and they would be more comfortable, if we're allowing new duplexes, threeplexes, which are formally consistent with the existing buildings in this area, better to do them on slightly larger lot sizes. So we expanded that. Setbacks are maximum 30%. A lot of the relationship of the buildings to the street is the same as it is in the area now. It's not a substantial gentrification. It's not like we're allowing apartment buildings in that area. It's just small house-like buildings which are internally subdivided. Therefore, the housing units are smaller and therefore cheaper to build and more accessible. So we're expanding housing supply and specifically expanding what we call missing middle housing, which is affordable to the middle class. And then some other various changes that we made to the zoning code, including parking, including allowing shared uses, allowing more than one use to use a parking facility, or allowing a municipal parking lot. And then there's updates to signage and various new definitions. So that is our summary of the presentation, and Alexa and I are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you for that pretty detailed update that you've given us. Question, I guess, when will we get the full comp plan updates? When will we see the whole comprehensive plan with all these updates inserted?
Well, Mr. Mayor, tonight we are presenting a resolution for the council to initiate these updates for a public hearing date that will be in front of the council on the September 15th council meeting.
Okay, so we'll see the whole thing on September 15th?
Yes, but a part of, currently the comp plan update draft is currently on the website. I believe a copy of this presentation was provided to the council for tonight's initiating resolution. But again, the actual adoption of the comp plan will go in front of the council on the 15th.
Okay. Council, any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Last time we updated the comp plan, we started changing zoning. We had 5 lawsuits because of this. So I'm not getting into conforming and non-conforming uses with these landowners when we change this comp plan and we start changing the zones in each one of the different businesses that they're in right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Just briefly, Councilman Brewer, you are correct that when you start changing zoning districts, you raise the issues of non-conforming uses and vested rights. With respect to the comp plan amendments, though, there is really not any standing to bring a lawsuit for changing the comp plan so long as you follow the procedural rules. So there can still be the hope that you're moving along and may persuade developers to go with the new proposed comp plan. And then, of course, as you know, when you change the zoning to make it consistent with the comp plan does provide a very strong legal defense. And so you are left with those ones, and I'm not familiar with the previous lawsuits, but that would relate to those landowners that might be able to demonstrate vested rights, and therefore their uses would not be changed.
Well, the last one that we got into was when Tripoli Heights, we were doing the improvements there, we needed to use the stormwater management system from the veterinary clinic. At the current, at that particular time, they had changed the zoning to where the vet clinic was in non-conforming use, where before they were by right use. So now when we start changing these things, I expect a few lawsuits out of this thing. Regardless of what the comp plan says, if you're changing someone from a by right use to a non-conforming, you're going to get a lot of flack. So, you know, that's something I'm not, you know, the town of Dumfries shouldn't be messing with here. I mean, that, and, you know, the matter of spot zoning and, you know, it's just, these things snowball when you start changing zones and areas that have been, you know, I understand that, you know, things have to change, but, you know, I'm not willing to do it at the expense of the town of Dumfries going into court every other month. So, you know, that's my view on this.
If I can just, from a technical point of view, most of the land use changes proposed, for example, in the Main Street district, involve addition of allowable uses. There's much more addition than subtraction. And the ones that we did subtract from the list, especially comparing it to the standard B2, which was sort of our starting point, I'm not aware of any of those that actually occur in the planning area right now. For example, drive-through restaurants. There are no drive-through restaurants right now between Fraley Boulevard along Main Street and stopping at Quantico Creek. So I believe that the few that were taken off probably don't occur in that area, which should help minimize, you know, lawsuits and contention.
Possibly, but we won't know till we're dragged into court. Then it's too late. So, you know, the comp plan is fine, well and good, but when it comes to changing the zoning on these things, that's where we run into a problem. Not only this time if it's being proposed, but the previous time that it was proposed. So, just a little background.
All right, anybody else on council?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Simone.
And I think this could be directed more so for Ms. Pandek and Mr. Capers. Mr. Bachman, you can jump in if you can answer it. How often does the state code direct us to update the comp plan? And when those updates take place, does that mean that we need to update the zoning as well, or how does that play into the law? How does that work? Because I did serve on the planning commission. Is it every 7 years or is it every 5 years? I'm a little rusty here.
Ms.
If I might,
Councilwoman,
go ahead.
you want to
Go
take
ahead,
it, Sharon? Oh,
sure.
okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, in response to Councilwoman Miles's question, the code requires that the comp plan be reviewed every 5 years. It does not require that it be changed, but it requires that it be reviewed. And then if you are to change the comp plan because you believe that the land use elements of it, designations or otherwise, should be changed, then you should look at your zoning to see whether your zoning is still consistent with those that land use plan that you have in the comprehensive plan. That's a general outline on the law. Will, I'll defer to you.
That was said perfectly. I was going to say the same thing, Sharon. So thanks.
Councilwoman, does that answer your question?
It does. Just so in respect to Councilman Brewer's question about how the law dictates the comp plan, if we have to review the comp plan every 5 years to make sure that the laws are consistent with our comprehensive plan, how does that respect? If we have to make sure that the zoning ordinance is consistent with the comprehensive plan, shouldn't we then update our zoning ordinance, or wouldn't it be expected that we make changes to our zoning ordinance? How does that play out legally?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can talk about it another way, Councilwoman Miles. There is no requirement to make your zoning ordinance match your comp plan. But if your purpose is to have a certain type of land use, then you would want to look to your zoning ordinance if you update or change your comp plan to see if the zoning ordinance supports the land use plan that you have currently adopted. And so when you do that, you go back and you look at both the districts. You may look at the requirements of the district, and then I think it is appropriate, and it is a little bit easier, not super easy, but it's a little bit easier because Dumfries is a lot smaller than, say, Prince William County, to consider whatever changes you're making to the zoning districts and zoning requirements, and look at what you have on the ground at the time, and have an assessment done, be able to figure out whether it's going to have an impact on vested rights, which vested rights means that the use can continue even though you've changed the zoning ordinance, or whether it in fact will require that property to develop in a different way because of the new zoning regulations. So you should be able to, it takes some time, it's not an easy analysis, but you should be able to sort of eyeball proverbially those different uses that are out there now as you look at whether or not you're going to change your zoning districts, and assess whether or not it's reasonable. Because if you've got very reasonable zoning out there right now and uses, you may want to think about whether a particular aspect of a zoning district you're considering ought to be changed.
Councilwoman, answer your question.
It does. I think maybe I'm not asking it correctly. I was always under the impression that the comp plan fed the zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance had to be, like, your comprehensive plan was the guide to the zoning ordinance, and that it was the influence and guide to how your zoning ordinance was supposed to look. So
Mr. Mayor, all of that is correct.
It seemed like, okay, so with that in mind, I'm thinking if we change our comp plan, then automatically we should be changing our zoning ordinance. So if that's, so my mindset is, if we have to do that, why would we be in legal trouble if we make changes to our zoning? That's where I'm going at with that.
The process is not without pitfalls, but the answer is yes, your zoning ordinance implements your comp plan. Your comp plan is not a regulation. You may have people who are persuaded by the environs that Mr. Bachman has shown you and says, yes, I want to be part of that. I'm going to do it if you can do it under your current zoning ordinance, and end up with that kind of viewscape. But you cannot regulate it through the comp plan. What you have to do is go and regulate it through the zoning ordinance.
Okay. All right. Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions? All right, seeing none from the.
I have a question.
Okay, Councilman Fields.
My question is for Mr. Bachman. There are residences located within your plan. What are we planning to do about those residences?
They get grandfathered in. When and if the property owners want to redevelop those properties, they would have to do it in keeping with the new development regulations in the zoning ordinance. But unless and until they actually want to make substantial changes to them, they get to remain as they are now.
Okay. So no one will be forced to move or feel pressured to move?
No.
Yeah, I think the Main Street is already a commercial district. I think right now we only got one main residential place, and then we have a like a little trailer park type of thing. And I think those are the only two residential facilities on Main Street right now. But Main Street,
we got which is still known now as Confederate Court, and then the trailer park interest is there, which it looked like that plan included them, but I didn't see those as they are now. It was pictured differently, like they were going away and redone. So my question would be, you know, will they be, you answered the question, but I just want to make a comment. With all this new development going on around it, what would be the pressure on the residences to feel as though they have to move, or the property owners feel as though they have to upgrade to match or mirror what's going on around them?
If I could answer your question, Councilman.
Yes, sir.
If I could answer your question, Councilman Fields, I think Mr. Bachman clearly stated that there is no pressure for a current property owner to change their property to match the zoning, well, to match the comp plan. They will be non-conforming, but in the event that they choose to expand on their property or change what they currently have, they will have to, at that point, comply with the goals of the comprehensive plan. But to answer your question, there's no pressure or there's no nothing to warrant them to change what they currently have.
I understand current, but if I'm a homeowner there and I want to do an addition to my home or put a siding on my home, it's got to meet what the town says or what the development says. That is pressure.
There are non-conforming provisions in the zoning ordinance that allows modifications to non-conforming uses before the zoning ordinance is changed. So additions or minor modifications to the siding or any external feature of the home will still fall under that non-conforming use provision.
Okay, I still have concerns, but okay. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
If I can just add one thing, and in the area off Main Street, which is currently all residential, the zoning ordinance changes do not introduce any non-residential land uses. So it's all housing now, and it will be all housing in the future. Just a question of there being maybe some duplexes or threeplexes should people want to develop them. So there wouldn't be even market pressure in that area to redevelop. There may be market pressure in the other areas, but it's still all voluntary.
Okay. All right, Council, any other questions on that topic? All right, seeing none. Thank you, AECOM.
I think you have Councilwoman Willis has a question.
Okay.
I have a question. To follow up and carry on to what Councilman Fields has said, if the owner of those properties, because a lot of those properties are leased and rented, want to take advantage of maybe building something more advantageous to his pocketbook, like condos or anything like that, then it would displace the residents of those townhomes and trailer parks. And it wouldn't give the people that are living there any voice at all. I mean, I understand what our zoning, you know, how it doesn't affect them until the owner we can't say the resident because sometimes the resident's not the owner, wants to make changes. And then that's when he or she has to conform to the new zoning ordinance. Am I correct or not? Well, that could be, I mean, it could be Sharon or Will Capers or whoever wants to answer that.
I guess for the legality of that question, I'll defer to Ms. Pandek on that one.
It's actually not a legal question. It's just something that you know, people are grandfathered in until they want to make changes. And then when they turn around and want to make changes, then that would displace the people who are already living there because they are not the owner. The only owner has purview over the property, not the renter, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilwoman Willis is correct. And I don't want to suggest to you that doing land use planning and regulation is easy.
No.
And one of the things that you have to weigh, and that's your legislative prerogatives, you have to weigh, is it important to make these changes because it benefits the community to have a different plan than you have right now going forward, or are there aspects of the current plan that you like, even though it may not yield the type of environs that Mr. Bachman has shown you in terms of what the Main Street could look at? And those are hard legislative decisions. I don't want to suggest they aren't by us telling you what the processes are, but you're going to have to weigh those as you go through each one of these decisions.
Thank you. I understand that. I really do. And that's what we have to consider in all of this too.
If I can just jump in really fast. My name's Alexa Heydrich. I've been listening. I've been supporting, working with John Bachman and Will Capers and Jonet and Keith on this project. Just one small thing. This is kind of a confirmation. This is a point for confirmation by Will and Sharon, though. My understanding was that in the town code currently, oh shoot, I'm forgetting the name. The trailer parks are actually currently a non-conforming use in the town.
Right.
So there are, you know, the town has made some choices in the past in terms of redevelopment for the future, and in line with what Ms. Pandek has said. So just worth kind of thinking about past decisions.
Well, I understand that, and we have future decisions that we have to make also. But I'm just addressing what Brian had said about displacement of people. And we're trying to get affordable housing in Dumfries. We don't want to dump people out on the street because someone wants to make a bigger profit than they are now either. So definitely. That's all I have to say.
I think it's an important dimension of this proposed redevelopment project, and it definitely merits careful consideration. Displacement does happen with redevelopment. That's a reality. One of the ways we've tried to approach it on this project is to formulate specific proposals for increasing access to affordable housing. And the ones that we put forward were having an inclusionary zoning, which requires a certain percentage of all new apartments built in any given project along Main Street to be accessible to a target income group, whether it's low income, 80% of AMI, 60% of average median income, or even missing middle up to 100. And then also the missing middle housing adds housing stock, and it adds smaller units which are more affordable. And the third option is to actually do you could do of the 8 or 9 residential projects that you might end up with along this stretch of Main Street over the next 10, 15 years, for example, even 20, maybe you require 1 or 2 of them to be affordable housing. You can program that into your development too. So there are some options, but it's an important aspect.
Thank you. Anybody else had anything else they wanted to add to the conversation before we move on? I think this was a great spirited discussion about our comp plan. Looking forward to seeing AECom back with the full presentation in September. Thank you. And we'll move on from here. All right, we'll move into our action items. Our first action item is a ordinance authorizing the town manager to execute a purchase and assignment of rents and lease of the town telecommunication facility located at 3460 Canal Road. Town manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, I would ask the council make a motion to continue to their September 1st meeting. We are still in the process of going through our legal negotiations on this matter. So I'm asking that this be continued to September 1st.
All right, so is there a motion to just continue this item to the 1st of September?
Well, I think before we make a motion on this, we need to know exactly who's doing the negotiating and what's being negotiated. Right now, I know that we were negotiating the sale of the particular tower, and the last I had heard was that this company had offered us a specific amount of money, and then they changed it, they upped the amount, and then after that, the attorney left, and that was the last I heard of it. So, does somebody want to update me on this?
Sure. That is not the latest and greatest information. We received an unsolicited offer from another party, and so we went through the process, and we are currently still in that process. That's why I'm asking for the item to be continued. Before the item can be voted on, it must be duly advertised. And
is this being leased or sold?
It's a lease. So the current plan is for the town to retain the facilities. It would be a lease and an easement, not a sale.
So what happened to the parties that were looking to buy it?
I am not aware of any parties looking to buy it. However, it is an asset, so a lease and sale would likely.
Well, yeah, there were parties. As a matter of fact, there were two of them looking to buy that cell tower, and the negotiations were going through. And then after the attorney had left, we heard nothing else about this. Now you're coming to the council about a lease. What happened to the negotiations about the sale?
There was never a negotiation with the unsolicited offer about a sale. That was never brought to the council because that was never actually.
That was brought to the council on multiple times.
I did not bring that to the council, so I'm not aware of what you're.
The attorney brought it to the council.
Sure.
Because she was in negotiations about this, the sale of this tower. And now we're going back and saying that we're going to not do a sale, we're going to lease this thing again. We were leasing it to begin with.
Yeah, so we talked about this kind of at the last meeting, that a lease would add up to more than what we sold it for when we looked at the price. And so we're looking at a large upfront deposit on this with a pretty lucrative monthly retainer on this. So it actually is a better deal for us to hold on to this lease and what we're looking at. And I know Sharon was looking over the documents. We had to just kind of go back and forth and advertise, and we had to give the current owner opportunity to match the bid. And so it's not in that finishing stages where we can move forward to doing anything on it, which is why we need to continue it to our next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, if I would just interject, in response to Councilman Brewer's comments, I have no information regarding negotiation on a sale. What I had was information.
We were meeting over a 6-month period about the sale of this because it was negotiations were going back and forth, and then another company came in and put a larger offer on the table to us. So yes, there's definitely discussion about this. Now, where the records are, I have no idea. That's up to the admin department down there in town hall to keep all the records. But I know that we were in negotiations with them for, I know, over a year.
I can't help you anymore on that. I'm sorry. That's
Okay.
what I'm aware of is the negotiation with respect to a lease, which under state law has to be capped at 40 years. That kind of feels like a sale to me. Maybe 40 years for you all is feels like a shorter period of time. So it may have been described that way. I don't know, but the max is 40 years, and those discussions right now are ones that Mr. Rogers has characterized correctly as being in negotiations. We are hopeful that we can have for advertisement purposes, because we need to advertise the proposed new franchise by September.
So you're looking for a motion to just continue this to the September 1st meeting?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So moved.
All right. So it's been moved by Councilwoman Miles. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Second by Phil. All right. Any further discussion on this?
Yeah, question. It says here that this is to be continued on September 1st, but what is the date, Ms. Pandak, of this negotiation we have to have it done by?
Mr. Mayor, in response to Mr. Brewer's question, there is no current deadline under the current lease, so it's not like on the verge of expiring.
Okay, but what you were saying, what the September timeframe was based on what?
Okay, we had to give the current lessor
Right.
Has a right of first refusal. So when we received a proposal, we had to notify the current lessor. And that current lessor has the ability to indicate whether or not they can meet the current negotiation. And so that is the process that's being worked out right now. And until we see contract documents, we're not in a position to assess what the substance is going forward, either with the current lessor or with a new party.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, Councilman Gibbons.
I guess I probably need clarification, and I'm sure whoever can watch this on TV might need it too. But it seems like this is a discussion that's being continued to September. Should this have been a discussion item, the act of a motion to move it to September? I'm just curious because it just seems like discussion. That's just how I'm processing it right now.
Well, I think what Mr. Rogers was trying to do is that the expectation was that this matter would be on your agenda to advertise for a public hearing.
The public hearing was already scheduled for.
That's correct. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. And so to continue that public hearing appropriately, it should be continued. Then everybody will know that it's being continued and not just that the public hearing wasn't held because somebody forgot about it.
Yeah, we scheduled it last month at the last meeting.
You're
we
correct.
The public hearing to be today.
Okay, maybe if the word public hearing was there, that would make it look more clear. Just the format of this agenda just seems a little different than the agendas we had in the past. But thanks for clarifying.
No problem. All right, any further discussion? All right, there's a motion on the floor to continue the public hearing for the town manager to execute a purchase and assignment of rent and lease and telecommunication facilities located at 3460 Canal Road, on a motion made by Councilwoman Miles and it was seconded by Councilman Fields. All right, Councilwoman DeVille.
No.
Okay. Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Okay. Councilman Brewer,
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis,
No.
okay. Vice Mayor,
Yes.
and that's a yes for me. Motion carries 5-2 to continue this to September the 1st. All right, next on the agenda is a initiating resolution to update the town's comprehensive plan. Will Capers, Director of Planning and Community Development, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you allow me to share my screen. All right, staff presents a resolution for the town council to initiate amendments to the town Dumfries comprehensive plan and to consider, if the town council so please, would like for the planning commission to recommend adoption of amendments to the comprehensive plan. It is important to note that Virginia State Code requires local planning commissions to prepare and recommend a comprehensive plan for the fiscal development of a jurisdiction, and allows the local planning commission to recommend adoption of parts of the comprehensive plan. As previously noted, this resolution will authorize the town council to initiate amendments to the town comprehensive plan. Specifically, the town council will consider comprehensive plan updates and amendments that will update the community profile chapter, make amendments to the Main Street small area plan section of the land use chapter, update the housing chapter, and make minor editing amendments to the comprehensive plan in general. In approving this initiating resolution, the town council will authorize the planning commission to hold a public hearing to review and make recommendations on a comprehensive plan update on its regular scheduled meeting on September 14th, 2020. Also, in approving this resolution, this will allow the town council to hold a public hearing to consider the comprehensive plan updates, as well as the planning commission recommendations on its regular scheduled meeting on September 15th, 2020. This concludes my presentation of this resolution. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
So I guess my question, would the planning commission look at this before we initiate this, or all of this goes together as one?
This resolution is to initiate these amendments to the comprehensive plan. This will allow authorize the planning commission to review it and to provide recommendations as they see fit. So once this resolution is passed, these amendments will be forwarded to the planning commission for their review.
And then the planning commission will bring us comments back on the 15th.
Yes, sir.
So they're reviewing on the 14th, and we'll get their feedback on the 15th.
They will review and they will provide recommendations for the council's approval, which may or may not include changes if they see fit.
All right, Councilman, any questions?
When does the planning commission meet again?
The planning commission meets next Monday.
Okay, so that's when they're going to get the comp plan, and that's when they'll review, and then they'll provide their feedback and report on the 14th?
No, ma'am. The comprehensive plan update requires 2 weeks of public advertisement. So it wouldn't be the next planning commission meeting wouldn't meet that threshold. So it will have to be the planning commission meeting on September 14th is where the planning commission will actually review and hear this or make a recommendation.
Okay, so like when are they going to get the material so that they can review and provide all of that will take place on the 14th?
No, ma'am. So in order to advertise for public advertisement, the material and the final documents has to be prepared. So it's a 2-week rotation. So the planning commission will get it prior to the advertisement date.
Okay.
They just can't hear it next week because we haven't advertised it long enough.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on this, Melvin?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
My question is this just changed to the comp plan or zoning?
Just the comp.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis, this resolution is for changes to the comp plan. However, the next resolution is for changes to the zoning ordinance in conjunction to the comp plan.
It's the next item on the agenda. Any other questions about this resolution to make the amendments to the comp plan? All right, seeing none, looking for a motion to schedule the public hearing date for September the 15th.
So moved.
Okay. It's been motioned by the vice mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Who'd the second come from?
Councilwoman Neville.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion on the floor is for initiating resolute to update the town's comprehensive plan with a public hearing date of September the 15th on a motion made by the vice mayor and second by Councilwoman Neville. All right, Councilman Brewe.
No.
Okay, Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Okay, Councilwoman Neville.
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis.
No.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, and that's a yes for me. Motion carries 5-2. Schedule the public hearing. All right, next on the agenda is initiating resolution to amend chapter 70-1, section 70-13 and section 70-14 and division 3, and to schedule a public hearing for September the 15th. Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Capers, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff presents a resolution for the Town Council to initiate amendments to Chapter 70 of the Town Zoning Code. The proposed zoning amendments coincides with the Town Council efforts in updating the comprehensive plan, which includes changes to the Main Street Small Area Plan, which establishes new land use districts immediately along and adjacent to Main Street. And also the Town Council efforts in updating the comprehensive plan to increase housing options in the town of Dumfries by providing new housing types to the housing section and land use section. Section 70-646, subsection A of the town zoning ordinance authorizes the Town Council to adopt amendments to the zoning ordinance whenever a public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice required. As previously noted, this resolution will authorize the Town Council to initiate amendments to Chapter 70 of the Town Zoning Code. Specifically, the Town Council will consider zoning text amendments that will add the definition of courtyard cottage houses, fourplex, threeplex, and the definition of floor to area ratio to section 70-1 of the zoning code, establish a new zoning district, Division 15, residential off Main Street, establish a new mixed-use zoning district, Division 16, planned Main Street district, establish guidelines in section 70-14 for off-street parking, shared parking within the Main Street Small Area Plan, and establish guidelines in section 70-14 for the approval of sign permits located in the planned Main Street district. In approving this initiated resolution, the Town Council will authorize the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing to review and make recommendations on aforementioned amendments to the Chapter 70 of the Town Zoning Code on its regularly scheduled meeting on September 14th, 2020. Also, in approving this resolution, this will allow the Town Council to hold a public hearing to consider amendments to Chapter 70 of the Town Zoning Code, as well as the Planning Commission recommendation on its regularly scheduled meeting on September 15th, 2020. This concludes my presentation of this resolution, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
All right, so it looks like, if I'm correct, Mr. Capers, that all of these coincide with the presentation that we saw with AECOM earlier.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so this just falls in line as procedural as we just did with the comp plan to add, if we want to add the zones to match up with the comp plan. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is an initiating resolution to make amendments to the zoning ordinance as was stated earlier, to implement the goals of the comp plan, the changes to the goals of the comp plan. Correct.
Okay. Council, any questions?
Yes.
Councilwoman Miles.
So just for clarification for everybody that's watching at home and following around, all we're doing right now is scheduling public hearings.
Yes, so it's kind of twofold. The council, the town zoning ordinance requires the council to initiate amendments. So this is to initiate these amendments to the town zoning code. Also to authorize the planning commission to review these amendments and provide a recommendation, and also to schedule public hearings for the planning commission and town council meeting.
Okay, so you lost me there.
Okay.
When you say initiate amendments and then have the planning commission review and then have a public hearing. So how does that work? Because generally you have to have a public hearing before you can amend a zoning ordinance or any kind of, or anything that's going on. So how does that work?
Sorry, just to apply a point of clarity. What we are proposing this evening through this resolution is for the council to initiate the process to have these amendments heard in a public hearing in front of the planning commission and the town council.
Okay.
Yeah, this is initiation process in keeping with the town zoning code.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
All right. Thanks.
I got a something I'll need to say. It sounds like we're putting the amendments. We're going to vote the amendments in place. And the planning commission is going to look at what we've done, and the public hearing will then go forward on what we've already done. So if we've already, actually why are we doing these text amendment changes first? Why doesn't the planning commission look at what you want to propose, then come back to us and make a recommendation, and then us go to public hearing? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're making these changes and we have any type of input from the planning commission at all on what they, what their thoughts are.
Councilwoman Willis, as I stated, this is our town code authorized the town council to initiate the process. And this is just initiating the process to authorize the planning commission to provide feedback prior to a public hearing by the council. I could also defer to Ms. Pandek if she wants to elaborate more on the procedural part of this.
If I would, Mr. Mayor, I would like to do that, because this is sort of wrapping three things in one. The state code and your ordinance requires that the council initiate amendments. State code also requires the planning commission consider the amendments and hold a public hearing on them and make a recommendation back to you as the town council. So this resolution starts all of that, which includes holding a public hearing before the planning commission. They will make recommendations to you. They may recommend something different, or may say they don't recommend specific changes at all. So the initiation may seem a little awkward, but it's required by state law. And it also gives, proverbially, it gives the planning commission something to chew on and have its public hearing on in terms of looking at what these details are. And then they can tell, the planning commission can tell you what they think about it.
Well, they also can tell us what they think about it. And if they think it's a good idea, we can turn around and decide it's not and not go forward, correct?
That is correct. Once they make a recommendation, it will come to you, back again to the council. The council will hold a public hearing and you decide at that point whether or not you want to actually adopt them.
Thank you.
Question for you, Ms. Pandak. Is it necessary for the planning commission and the town council to hold public hearings both on this, or is it just necessary to do it through the planning commission?
Each will have to hold a public hearing unless you decided to have a joint hearing with the planning commission.
Right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, any other questions about this initiated resolution?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Comment that may need more clarification. for assisted housing for the elderly and physically handicapped, it says 1 park, hold on.
What?
Required off-street spaces, so 1 for 2 dwelling units.
Where are you at? What section of the code you in so we can follow you?
So scroll down until you get to the table. Mr. Capers can probably direct you directly to it, but it lists the off-street parking, and that just kind of stood out to me, being familiar with people in assisted housing and the elderly and physically handicapped. And so it says 1 park, like 1 off-street park for each 2 dwelling units. And I understand the Planning Commission is going to give their feedback, which I look forward to having, but I'm curious how this arrived at 1 park for each 2 dwelling units.
So to answer your question, Councilwoman Neville, without getting too technical, if you look at the actual use, it's a senior living use, which there's not a lot of turnover, or senior living facilities don't generate as much trips or the demand for parking, because most seniors opt out to driving at a certain age. So what you're seeing is 1 parking space for every 2 units. So it's and if you look at it, that if most regular apartment units have 1 parking space per unit, this actually reduces it. It's 1 parking spaces for every 2 units because of the low turnover.
Okay, so I was reading that correctly, and if that's the case, just being familiar with different situations in assisted housing for the elderly and physically handicapped, especially when you put caregivers, I'm not thinking about, the senior citizens themselves having a car, but in addition to that, you have assisted help that comes. And
Absolutely.
I feel like that number should be increased, instead of 1 for each 2 dwelling units, at least 1 per each dwelling unit, if not 2 for each dwelling unit, when you have the caregiving that comes with the assisted housing piece of it.
And yes, and you are absolutely correct. And this is something that we could discuss as we lead up to the public hearing. But what we have, as a traffic engineer, what we have realized with senior living facilities, the amount of turnover for services, such as the services that are provided for senior living and deliveries, does not account for the same turnover or demand for regular apartment units. We don't want to be in a situation in good planning practice where we are over parking for a facility that doesn't need that many spaces. But we could get into the technical details as staff provides a staff report, and I could also talk to you sidebar as we lead up to talking about this, talking about these amendments when it's time to adopt them.
Okay, and one other quick question about that, just to clarify, these will be all that 1 per 2, just to be technical about it, because just because someone's in assisted housing and elderly doesn't necessarily mean they have a handicap spot. So are these handicap parks, this 1 per 2, are these 1 handicap park?
So when it comes to zoning requirements for parking, these are the required rate for that particular use. When it comes to exact detail for accessible parking, that's determined during the time of site plan. So that may include to any of the parking rates provided in the zoning ordinance do include accessible parking, but the exact number of parking spaces are usually determined through site plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions, council? Okay, seeing no further questions, we're looking for a motion to initiate a resolution to authorize the public hearing for September the 15th.
So moved.
Okay, it's been motioned by Councilwoman Miles. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the floor is to initiate a resolution to make the initiating amendments to Chapter 7 in the zoning, Section 70-1, sections 70-13, section 70-14, and Division 3 in the scheduled public hearing on September the 15th on a motion made by Councilwoman Miles and second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. All right. Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Neville. Okay. You're on mute.
Aye.
Okay. Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Councilman Fields.
Aye.
Councilman Brewer.
No.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, that's a yes for me. Motion carries 6-1. Public hearing is scheduled. All right. Next on our agenda is an initiating resolution authorizing public hearing for zoning text amendment 2020-001. Mr. Capers, Director of Planning, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff presents a resolution for the Town Council to authorize the Town Manager to schedule a public hearing for a zoning text amendment application ZTA 2020-001. ZTA 2020-001 zoning text amendment application has been submitted by S-Trays Incorporated for the Town Council to consider an amendment to Chapter 70, Division 7, Section 70-282A or Section 70-282B to permit the use of a convenience store with a gasoline sales in the B2 zoning district, either by right or with a conditional use permit. In approving this resolution, the Town Council will authorize the Town Manager to advertise for public hearings to consider ZTA 2020-001. It will also authorize the Department of Planning and Community Development to provide a staff report and recommendation to the Planning Commission and Town Council. Will also authorize the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing to review and make recommendations on these proposed amendments to Chapter 70, Division 7, Section 70-282A or 70-282B. This item will be heard at the Planning Commission regular scheduled meeting on September 14th, 2020. Also, in approving this resolution, this will allow the Town Council to hold a public hearing to consider these amendments to Chapter 70, Division 7, Section 70-282A or 70-282B of the Town Zoning Code, as well as the Planning Commission recommendation of these amendments at its regular scheduled meeting on September 15, 2020. This concludes my presentation of this resolution. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay. Council, is there any questions about this zoning text amendment? Okay. Seeing none, I welcome a motion.
Yeah, I do have a question. As a matter of fact, I want to know why this is being brought up again, because we'd already had discussions about this piece of property. This is the property right there in back of the Harley Davidson dealer. And what the owner of this is Chris Brown. He's basically trying to get this thing rezoned to where he could sell it to somebody and try to have this thing as a convenience store gas station. Well, there's no way in the world you're going to get tanker trucks in there 3 or 4 times a week to pull in, make those turns. The property is not wide enough. And I don't know why in the world this is being brought to us again about the same thing. And why we're even entertaining this. This should have been stopped in its tracks and said, look, the property is it's not feasible to do what you're asking the Town Council to do because of the size of the property. And Chris Brown is not going to develop this. What he's trying to do is sell this property and have that conditional use permit in his back pocket. We need to stop with these conditional use permits. This is getting out of hand. You don't just give them out willy-nilly. Council has to be has to understand that This is not a by right use. These guys are asking for special permission to go in there and possibly have a gas station with a convenience store. This is ridiculous. The property is not big enough to even handle that. So yeah, I'm voting no on this, but you know, council, you can do what you want.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add, this is not a conditional use permit application. This is a zoning text amendment to make changes to the zoning amendment.
We're clear at what's going on. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we're looking for a resolution to authorize the town manager to schedule a public hearing for September 15th to make the amendments to Chapter 70, Division 7, Section 70-282A, Section 70-282B to permit the use of a convenience store with gasoline sales in the B2 zoning district as a by right or by conditional use. So we haven't stated which one is by right or conditional use, but this will go to a public hearing if you vote yes today for September the 15th. All right.
Moved.
It's moved by Councilman Fields. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by the Vice Mayor. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'm gonna call for the question. Councilman Brewer?
No.
Okay, Councilman Fields?
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Miles?
Aye.
Okay, Councilwoman Neville?
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis?
No.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a yes for me. The motion carries 5-2. Okay, next on our agenda is a, all right, next on our agenda is a ordinance to amend Chapter 70, Article 4, Site Plan of the Town Code. Mr. Capers, you've been busy. Floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could, you allow me to share my screen again.
You are.
All right, this evening staff will present a staff report for the Town of Dumfries the Town of Dumfries Town Council to provide to amend Chapter 70, Article 4 of the Town Zoning Code. On July 7th, 2020, the Town Council of Dumfries adopted a resolution to initiate text amendments to Chapter 70, Article 4, the site plan provisions of the Town Zoning Code. The proposed zoning text amendments, if approved, will designate the Director of Planning and Community Development the authority to review and approve the site plans as the agent for the Town Council, establish a length of validity for approved site plans for 5 years, establish the length of validity for extension of approved site plans beyond 5 years, establish requirements for the waiver of site plan provisions by the Director of the Department of Planning and Community Development, and lastly, to make minor editing amendments to Article 4 of the Zoning Code. In part, the proposed amendments to Chapter 70, Article 4 will bring the Town of Dumfries into compliance with state law on major provisions as it pertains to the review and approval of site plan applications. The Code of Virginia, Section 15.2-2286, subsection A7 indicates that the governing body of a locality shall designate an agent for the review and approval of site plan applications. The intent of the code is to allow for the administrative approval of site plan applications to ensure that an applicant's request for land development complies with regulatory guidelines set forth by local and state agencies. Currently, Chapter 70, Article 4 of the Town Zoning Code designates the Town Council as the final approval agent for site plan application. The designation of Town Council as the agent for site plan approval does not comply with the Code of Virginia, and in part presumes that the review and approval of site plan application is a legislative process rather than a process of evaluation for compliance. The proposed amendments to designate an agent for the review and approval of site plan applications will comply with state regulations and will also streamline the process of how site plans are accepted, reviewed, and approved. The proposed amendments will also enhance service delivery through the efficient processing of site plan applications. Further, to ensure compliance and efficiency in the review of site plan applications, the proposed zoning amendments also establish standards for the waiver of site plan requirements by the Director of Planning and Community Development. The Code of Virginia, Section 15.2, 2261 indicates that the final site plan shall be valid for a period not less than 5 years from the date of approval or for such longer period. Currently, Chapter 70, Article 4, Section 70-543A states that an approved site plan will expire and become null and void if a building permit is obtained within 12 months after final approval. Given the provisions of the current zoning regulations, the town of Dumfries could become liable for not granting applicants the full length of validity for site plan approvals as provided in the Code of Virginia. The proposed zoning text amendments to Chapter 70, Article 4, also seek to comply to the Code of Virginia by establishing the length of validity for approved site plans to be 5 years or such longer period as may be determined reasonable at the time of approval, and also to provide for the length of validity of approved final site plans to be extended beyond 5 years in accordance with the Code of Virginia. Finally, the proposed amendments to Chapter 70, Article 4 of the Town Code also incorporates minor editing amendments to clean up several grammatical and inconsistent text references that are provided in the current site plan regulations. The intent of these minor editing amendments is to provide consistency, clarity, and effective processing of the site plan review and approval. To summarize, as shown in this graphic, the proposed zoning text amendments will bring Chapter 70, Article 4 into compliance with state regulations and will enhance service delivery and efficiency in the review and approval of site plan applications. As of such, staff recommends that the Dumfries Town Council approves the proposed zoning amendments to Chapter 70, Article 4, the site plan provisions of the Town Zoning Code. On its regularly scheduled meeting on July 27, 2020, the Town of Dumfries Planning Commission recommended that the Town Council approves the proposed zoning text amendments to Chapter 70, Article 4 of the Zoning Code. This completes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
So what's the current time for site plan approval?
The current time in terms of the review schedule?
Yeah, well, these are changes. You're saying we're at, I'm trying to figure out the service delivery now. We're at 8 months right now, 6 to 8 months?
Yes, this is just a rough estimate in considering the review time by staff and also time that it takes to advertise, time that it takes to get on the Town Council schedule, and also for Planning Commission to review. So essentially the current time at an estimate is about 6 to 8 months. In improving this resolution, it will cut that time essentially in half because it allows staff the administrative approval. Once staff has already reviewed and find the site plan fit, staff could then approve it rather than sending it up the chain, as you will, to get reviewed by the commission, and also the Planning Commission will take, and Town Council, which takes additional time.
Okay. Council, any questions? Councilwoman Miles. You're on mute.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Capers. I have a question for you and Ms. Pandek as well. So just in the future, if like when you present your packet and the resolution, if you could like maybe just some housekeeping, if you could include a copy of the code as well, because I did spend some time in the state code just to kind of get an understanding of what you were saying, because I know you said that this was done to make sure that we're in compliance with the state code. So I wanted to make sure I understood exactly what was going on. And so from what I was reading in the state code, I didn't see where we were not in compliance. I see where this process would make sense because just for effectiveness, but it didn't say, when I was reading, I didn't see the shall part. I did see where it said we may appoint and we may give this authority to someone else. I didn't see where it says we shall appoint someone else to be the agent. Ms. Pandek, could you explain that to me, how we were not complying? Because if we're not complying, that's a whole different ballgame. Could you make
that? I think maybe Mr. Capers overspoke on that. This section, when you read it in context, presumes that the governing body gives that authority to someone else, some other entity. It does not require it, but when you read the code, it kind of just doesn't make sense for the governing body to retain it. And And what Mr. Capers said specifically is that these are administrative checkoffs to whether or not a site plan actually conforms with the ordinances that you have. Governing bodies generally handle legislative matters, which is where there is discretion. So there's nothing improper about illegally in terms of the council reviewing these, but you dramatically lengthen the time frame. You provide a public hearing process, which, or you have, I understand, and that's not illegal, but it does slow the process down. It also gives residents a sense that they can make discretionary changes to the plan as opposed to whether or not it comports with your zoning ordinance regulations. So what the town council has been doing is not consistent with what most governing bodies in Virginia do. Most of them give this authority to a planning director or to another designated official.
Okay, but it's not that we're not in compliance with state code.
The non-compliance is with respect to the length of validity on the plans.
So
So
is that something that we can change as a council with the length of time, or is that something that is also is that what we're not in compliance with in terms of code? Does the code regulate?
Yes, you clearly are not in compliance with that. The other is more that you're not consistent with what most modern planning processes are across the Commonwealth.
Okay, so the time frame, could we increase that on our own, or is it because we're a governing body, we're not authorized longer than a year or 8 months? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure I'm going to answer this the way you asked it. The code provides that the length of validity is 5 years or more.
Okay.
You are not consistent in cutting off that validity at the end of 1 year.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have another question.
Councilwoman Willis. Go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't sure you heard me. So we are able to change the length of the validity to 5 years or more and be in compliance. These changes, my second question is this. These changes to the code, these amendments, authorizing an agent rather than the governing body. Did you make those changes, Ms. Pandak, or did Will Capers?
Actually, it was my partner, Pat Taves, who has a long history of being a land use attorney for Fairfax County before he joined our firm. So he actually did the preparation of those changes. And literally, I think Mr. Capers will tell you this, went through and scrubbed your zoning ordinance to find all the places that should be amended.
One more thing also. It went straight out of my brain. I'll think about it and I'll come back.
Anybody else on council? Any other questions?
I have a question, please, or comment, or both.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So the question about whether or not these changes are being made by Mr. Capers as opposed to the town attorney, I am willfully willing to believe that any actions that our Director of Planning and Community Development makes are going through the town managers and being vetted by Ms. Pandak, as we've hired him to be that professional to enact those changes. As far as what we are voting on today, this sounds very similar to what we voted on, I believe, the last meeting, where we talked very at length about the fact that the code was being scrubbed to ensure that we are up to the standards across Virginia. And so, Ms. Pandak, please confirm for me that this is yet another step in that process.
That is correct, Vice Mayor Nickerson. Mr. Capers asked that we undertake that work with him on these. So, and he worked with Mr. Taves on those changes. So it actually is a joint effort. So I don't want to in any way de-emphasize what Mr. Capers has been doing with respect to this. And my understanding is that he is bringing to us the zoning ordinance changes as he prepares them for consideration by Planning Commission and the council in order to take a review of them. But it's been quite iterative. I think probably Mr. Capers at times get tired of hearing from me, and he starts the conversation by saying, I'm calling you again to tell you what I'm doing now.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
I've got one more thing.
Okay, Mel.
The other towns in Prince William County, do they have an agent that you know of, since this is broadly used, an agent?
Mr. Capers may know. I did not go and consult the towns.
I'm just wondering, you know, we want to be consistent, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Specifically, I haven't done the research to inquire if all of the towns within Prince William County has an agent, but I will say in my 15 plus years of doing this, as Ms. Pandek stated, most jurisdictions that I have worked for, that I have collaborated with, have this as an administrative process where there is an agent that approves it rather than a governing body.
Thank you.
How efficient is this going to make us as far as time? I think that, you know, one of the biggest complaints I hear from developers is the time frame to get site plans reviewed and things like that. And I think that's a very important part of this process as far as the efficiency that it'll make, that it'll move us from a half a year to, you know, 2 to 3 months to be able to turn these site plans around. So I definitely think this is a look at to kind of make us more efficient. So, anybody else have anything? All right. So what was the motion you were looking at?
Well, I mean, I wanted to add something to that. Yes, there are developers out here that are looking to get a quick turnaround on this, and the town will have up to 5 years to review it and approve it and all this other stuff. So, I mean, this is basically giving the staff free reign of, you know, I'll get it done today. If not, I'll do it 3 years from now. So, you know, it's basically just lengthening the time of these things. And what people don't understand is that there's more to a site plan and development and things like that. I mean, this is just one little piece of someone that is trying to develop a piece of property. I mean, there's several parts to this. So the town wants to lengthen their burden for another 4 years. I don't think it's a good thing, but hey.
Can I make a quick comment, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Capers.
I just want to point of clarity. The length of validity is not the length of review. The length of validity means that once a site plan is approved, the landowner and the property owner have up to 5 years to enact that site plan. That's, as Ms. Pandek stated, that's in conformance with state code. The length of review will be shortened because, as Ms. Pandek and myself stated before, instead of the agencies looking over the plans, getting it to a place where it is recommended for approval, we could approve it at that point instead of carrying it on to the Town Council and Planning Commission and advertising and taking additional time to have this reviewed. And also in reviewing, and I will just add to this point, as I made this point in the Planning Commission meeting, I think another point of contention from the property owners was the confusion that came along with this, of it being more treated as a legislative process rather than an administrative process. So I think this to your point, Mr. Mayor, this streamlines the process and makes it very efficient on how we do business when it comes to land applications.
Thank you, sir. All right. And what was the motion you were looking for, Mr. Capers?
For the town council to approve these amendments to section 70, division 4 of the town zoning code.
Mr. Capers, Mr. Mayor, are you going to conduct a public hearing on this?
Oh, yes, this is, I'm sorry, yes. This is a public hearing that the public has a public comment period for this item before the council take a vote.
Okay. Let me see what attendees I have here. All right, so we will, seeing no more discussion from the council, I'm now going to open it up for a public hearing. All right, let's see who we got here. Is there anybody, any of the attendees tonight on the thing wishing to make comment? You know, I see, guests, Stress, Mr. Singh, SP, Smith, Todd. I don't know, do they have the ability to raise their hand? Or send me a chat. All right, so if you have any comment, I'm looking now.
Mr. Singh has his hand up.
Okay. All right, come on in, Mr. Singh. Let's bring him in. I see it.
Yes, unmute his mic.
Okay.
There you go, Mr. Singh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for recognizing me. And I have been following this for the last many, many years. And I strongly believe that this is a good step in the right direction. The staff, it's an administrative function, and that's how it is managed in 99% of the communities in Virginia. Yes, the town council always has the right to hear a given applicant should the process is not followed. So what that basically means is you have made the rules and regulations and have appointed somebody to implement those. And the end users like me, if I'm not happy, I can always come back to the town manager and appear before you all.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. If anybody else want to make comments, please raise your hand now. Okay. Seeing no hands up, I'm going to now close the public hearing. All right. And now, if there's no further discussion, we can welcome a motion from the floor to adopt this.
So moved.
Okay. Vice Mayor made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Councilman Fields. All right. So the motion on the floor from the Vice Mayor is to amend the ordinance to amend Chapter 70, Article 4, Site Plan of the Town Code to appoint an administrator is responsible. On a motion made by Vice Mayor, second by Councilman Fields. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none. Council Lady Willis.
No.
Okay, Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Okay, Council Lady Mouse.
Nay.
Okay, Councilwoman DeVille.
No.
Councilman Brewer.
No.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, and it's a yes for me. The motion carries 4-3. All right, next on the agenda is an ordinance to amend Chapter 54, subdivisions of the Town Code. Mr. Capers.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Staff presents a resolution to adopt. Sorry, I have a question for Ms. Pandek. This is a ordinance to adopt amendments to Chapter 54 of the Town Zoning Code.
Yes.
The findings and conclusions are the same as with the site plan. Is the council allowed to waive the staff report for this?
Certainly, but you will have to still hold the public hearing.
Okay. If you so please, Mr. Mayor and the council, staff requests to waive the staff report for this and go into the public hearing.
It's not a problem. Is there any questions from the council?
Mayor, I have a question about the vote we just took. Can you go back and clarify those votes? You said it passed, but maybe I missed something. Can you clarify that before we move forward?
Yeah, was it 4-3? Mr. Rogers, did you get the votes? I think you had a nay, Brewe had a nay, and Melva was all nay. What was your vote, Councilor?
I was also a nay.
Oh, you were nay. Okay, so it fell. It fell 3-4. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was a. Thank you, Councilor Neville.
No problem.
All right. So the last. All right. So now on this one, was there any questions about this? This ordinance to amend Chapter 54? Okay. Seeing no questions, we will open it up for a public hearing, and then we'll come back. Is there anyone? Was Pete's hand never went down? So can you lower your hand and then raise it if you speaking at this public hearing as well? All right, thank you. All right, so okay, his hand's back up. Let's bring in Mr. Singh. Let's unmute it. Unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm back here.
Okay. The floor is yours, sir.
Yes. We are now talking about item number F on the agenda, which is similar to item number E, because all these are interrelated. A site plan is for a subdivision is for a site plan. Those are my comments. And of course, I do want to point out that in our current zoning ordinances, we do not have a typical ordinance, which almost every Northern Virginia community or municipality has, which is an ability to submit a preliminary plan. Yes, the town can charge for it and have some turnaround. A preliminary plan is not a site plan. Therefore, it has no bearing on the approval of the site plan, but it does give an individual ideas, access, feedback as to how to proceed within the town of Dumfries. The reason I'm particularly emphasizing on this is we just heard the AECOM presentation, which talks about a grandiose approach, and I'm fully supportive of that. But nobody is going to submit a complete site plan for any one of those little projects which may happen. Yes, people will come forward with preliminary plans. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Anybody else looking to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor.
No, hold on. Let me close the public hearing first. Okay, at this time, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Councilman Fields, floor is yours.
One thing that I think we should look at and keep in mind, on these two past items, Mr. Singh has spoken on these two past items. And yes, you may say those have been on the council for a while. This is Mr. Singh again. This is Mr. Singh again. And for the past 14 years, I've been knowing Mr. Singh, and we've had this development come and that development to come, and maybe not fail or maybe not get the adequate funding to move forward. But my question is this: who else is coming to offer to develop those properties or that area? We have a gentleman here that consistently puts his time and energy into the town of Dumfries, trying and trying and trying again. Who else has that dedication to put forth anything in that area to the town of Dumfries? So I want you to think about that first before we continue to say no and no and no. He's trying, he's trying, he's trying. He doesn't give up. His office is right here in the town of Dumfries, and he is trying to make Dumfries better. So why are we continuously saying no? No one else is stepping up to the plate to do that. So let's keep that in mind.
All right. Any other comments about this ordinance here, chapter 54? Council Lady Miles.
Yes, I will say I definitely appreciate Mr. Singh's dedication to the town. Absolutely. He's been a long time business owner, and he's also remember Mr. Singh dedicated money and resources to some children to attend some programs at the Boys and Girls Club not too long ago, not this summer, but maybe 2 or 3 summers ago, several summers ago. So I definitely am aware of his contributions to the town and all that he brings to the table. He's a long time member of this community, and I value all that he brings to the table. What I will add is that I don't think that I think these ordinances are bigger than any one business owner. I think for me, what this reflects is whether or not we are comfortable relinquishing approval to any one administrator, and whether or not we're comfortable with being told that we are not in compliance with the Code of Virginia when that is not the case. And before we give that kind of power and authority away, whether that's something we truly want to do. And and we all have to think about that, and whether or not that's something we want to move forward and doing, because we have to be held responsible for that. So it may not be a case of saying no, 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 no. We have to think long and hard about that, because we will be held responsible for that. And any decision that we make as leaders of this town and as members of this council are decisions that we are going to have to live with. So we have to think about that. It's not a matter of saying no, 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 no. It's a matter of saying, what are we going to be responsible for? Because at the end of the day, the buck stops with us. And I'll say that.
Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time mute. Everything that you said, Councilwoman Miles, I absolutely agree with. We are the ultimate, at the ultimate level of accountability. But based on what you're saying, and based on my understanding of the motions that have been brought before us, we are not, it doesn't sound to me as though we are relinquishing our authority. It sounded more to me as though we were streamlining the process, and we still have the authority. It was just streamlining the process so that it makes it more convenient. It also lengthens the amount of time that the business owner has to, with regard to the decisions that we make. But I don't feel, and if I'm wrong, I want to know that, but I don't feel as though voting yes for appointing the Director of Planning and Community Development as the agent, I don't feel as though that was relinquishing our authority to make the final decision. Ms. Pandak, please offer me some clarification there. Is that what we're doing by accepting those ordinance changes?
Mr. Mayor, in response to the Vice Mayor's question, the answer is yes, but the perception that authorities, by making the approval or having the authority to approve, gives you any discretionary power is not correct, because these are ministerial decisions. The council sets the requirements within its zoning regulations. I refer to it as a checkoff with respect to approvals of site and subdivision plans. Now, let me just break it down a bit more. I'm not sure if this is where the concern is, in part. So from the standpoint of the being a checkoff, it indeed streamlines the process. It does not remove council discretion because you really don't have it legally anyway. If you were to start using your legislative discretion with respect to approval of site or subdivision plans, then you would find yourselves in court if the developer was not happy with that. With respect to the issue of exceptions, and there wasn't a lot of discussion about this, but with respect on site plans, it allows the zoning administrator to grant certain exceptions. That does have a bit more discretionary authority. It is consistent with the state code, however, which does allow the zoning administrator to have that authority with the permission of the governing body. The issue on the 5-year validity period is not a matter of discretion. You are legally vulnerable right now if somebody wants to bring in a plan that is more than 1 year old in terms of approval, and they are told no because it's inconsistent with the zoning ordinance, because that zoning ordinance is out of sync with the state code. So there's several levels here, but directly with respect to the vice mayor, lest I get too far afield, is that you are giving up the authority of approval of the site plan to Mr. Capers as Director of Community Development Zoning Administrator. However, it is checkoff authority. If he is incorrect, then the landowner can say, I'm taking you to court, which is the same thing the landowner can say to the council. I hope that was clear.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Sharon. So even with consideration given to everything Sharon just said, and I think I may have mentioned this before, I'm happy to say it again. I would like to show that as a council, even though we have, the ultimate, as Councilwoman Miles says, the buck stops with us, but I would also like for us as a council to show trust in the staff that we've put in place based on their expertise. And I feel that what we're talking about now, there's, even with the going back and forth here, it is almost as if we are undermining the expertise that we are paying to be here and to share with us. And so I will end with that. But can I also invite Mr. Capers, is there anything else you want to say to this to maybe offer any additional clarification?
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to provide 2 quick points. When we talk about compliance, I just want to reemphasize that a part of my role is also to serve as the zoning administrator for the town. This authorization was provided by the council under guidelines by the state. My interpretation of non-compliance was not necessarily the exact language. It was more or less the process, as Ms. Pendick stated, that this process was being treated as a legislative process rather than an administrative process. That was my interpretation of the non-compliance piece when it comes to the authority. That was my interpretation. And I think it could be argued that it was a clear interpretation of what that means. Secondly, in regards to authority, the town council, I just want to remind the town council that currently the process is that the council provides the authority for staff, including myself and my department, to review the merit on these plans based on our expertise and to provide a recommendation. I just want to be clear that the only part that we're streamlining is at the point where staff who has the expertise to review the plans, at the point where they find it acceptable, at that point, they will then approve it based on acceptability instead of providing a recommendation. So I think the faith in staff has already been provided in that. That's the current process. It was a part of streamlining the process and to treat this more as an administrative process, just like other administrative processes like building permits, trade permits, other administrative processes by the town, just to treat this the same in compliance with the law. So I just wanted to make that quick statement. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I have a question, just one question. I thought the only thing we were out of compliance with was the time, the validity, length of validity. If we change that to reflect what it says in the state code, then where are we? And I direct this to Sharon.
Well, you could, in fact, depending on what your vote is on the subdivision ordinance amendments, I was going to ask the mayor whether there was any desire to split apart a couple of these motions so that whether you intended to perhaps want to fix the 5-year validity period, which is clearly not consistent with state law, as opposed to state practice, which is with respect to having an administrative official approve these as opposed to them coming to the council. So you may, if you're not comfortable at this point in time with changing the ultimate approver of these plans, you should still consider whether you want to change the provision that is clearly out of sync with state law, which is the 5-year validity periods.
Thank you.
Hey, Council Lady Miles.
So I just want to say thank you to Ms. Pandak for clarifying that. And right now I'm just going to be frank and just say clarity in explaining this process in the beginning would have gotten us a lot farther than we are right now. Just saying that was an administrative process and we just want to make this process clearer for our applicants than saying the town is not in compliance would have been an easier way to get this done. And I'll just leave that at there.
Okay, Council, any other questions on this before Vice Mayor?
When we're done, can we please have a stretch break?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we've had the public hearing. Seeing no further discussion on this. Before we make a motion, I want to go to you, Sharon. What was your recommendation? Or do you want to vote, see if this votes up or down first, and then we'll come back and see if there'll be a counter motion on that? Yeah, I think we'll go through with the vote on this ordinance to amend Chapter 54 subdivision to the town code. All right, so we need a motion and a second, and then a yes votes passes this, and a no vote fails it. All right, so looking for a motion for the ordinance to amend Chapter 54.
So moved.
All right, it's moved by Councilman Fields. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. All right. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All right, Councilman Brewer.
No.
Okay. Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman DeVille.
No.
Councilwoman Willis.
No.
Councilwoman Miles.
No.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
That's a yes for me. The motion fails 3-4. Okay, Mrs. Pandak, did you have
I was just going to ask Mr. Mayor, maybe as a matter of privilege, but just also curiosity, whether the council would want to just entertain, both with respect to the zoning ordinance amendments and the subdivision ordinance amendments, simply approval of the provisions that correct the validity of those plans. And as I understand it, Mr. Capers, correct me if I'm wrong, that you could readily go through and do a cleanup on those ordinances if that were the motion decision of the town council to simply make that change in the validity periods on both the zoning ordinances and the subdivision ordinances.
I believe the town clerk will make the changes to whatever the council will vote on in regards to the ordinance itself.
And so, Mr. Mayor, I think the proper parliamentary approach to that would be that somebody who voted on the prevailing side might either make a motion to reconsider with respect to that portion of both of those proposed amendments, or there would be a new resolution on both that would just amend the validity periods. If the council were so inclined, and I'm not, as your legal counsel, I would urge you to try to correct those things that are out of sync with the state code, and that is a section that clearly is. Or we can send it all back through the process again and have it come back up to you after the Planning Commission considers, after a public hearing, starting it anew. But you could, if you wanted to, from a parliamentary standpoint, I believe, vote on an amended resolution with respect to both of the site plan and the subdivision ordinances to correct the validity periods.
Okay, Council Lady Willis, I see you.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. I'm hoping I'm going to get this right, Sharon, on to amend the validity period for and make it compliant with state code.
I think you got to reconsider first. Is that right?
Okay.
That's correct, yes. Motion to reconsider first.
Okay, reconsider.
And so it would be to reconsider on the site plan or the subdivision, or
both?
Both.
I second that.
Can he
second
motion?
Yeah, the second can, as I recollect, can be done by somebody who voted on the failing side.
Okay. So it's been a motion to reconsider by Council Lady Willis and second by Councilman Fields to reconsider on both the site plan and the subdivision. Okay, and we got to take a vote before we make the next motion. Okay,
that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Got it. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for the question. Council Lady Miles. Uh-oh, you froze up. You there? I'll come back. Council Lady Neville.
Aye.
Okay, Councilman Fields.
Aye.
All right, Councilman Brewe. Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor.
Yes.
And that's a yes for me.
I don't know what happened to Ms. Miles.
She having technical difficulties. She'll be right back. But that motion carries 6-0. All right. Councilwoman Willis, you want to make a second motion? Now you can make the motion you wanted to make.
Lord, I don't know. At this point, I'm not even sure what motion I need to make. Sharon, can you help me out on this?
Yes, ma'am. Let me try it, and you can tell me if this is what you have in mind.
Okay, all right.
Is that you would move approval of the zoning ordinance text amendments with respect to making the validity period consistent with the state code, and that you would do the same thing with respect to the subdivision ordinance amendments to make that validity period consistent with the state code.
Yes, that would be my motion. However you want to put that. I'm not even going to attempt to try to.
I will second that again.
All right. Second. All right. So the motion on the floor is to make the validity consistent with the state code on both site plans and subdivisions. On a motion made by Councilwoman Willis, second by Councilman Fields. Any discussions on the motion? All right, Vice Mayor.
I am happy to vote for this motion because it will allow us to bring our code up to standards and conformity. I do, however, feel that to pick this apart the way we have shows that we don't have faith and trust in our staff, and that is a bit disheartening.
Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to bring our validity to make it consistent with the state, both on site plans and subdivisions, on a motion made by Councilwoman Willis and second by Councilman Fields. All right, Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Councilman Fields.
Aye.
Councilman Brewe.
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
All right, and then that's a yes for me. This motion carries 6-0. All right, and it is 9:18. If we can take a 12-minute, I give you a 12-minute stretch break. We can come back at 9:30. All right, at 9:30. So we'll take a recess or a stretch break.
I was just like,
All right, so I got 9:30. See who we got. We got okay, welcome back, Councilwoman Miles. We missed you.
Yeah, man. Zoom is not my friend tonight. I don't know what's going on.
All right, what was let me find my place back on this agenda.
The light looks good.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm trying.
All right, I think we're on letter G right now. Letter G is a resolution to reappoint Diana Nez to the Planning Commission. Mr. Capers, the floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor, thanks again. This evening, the Department of Planning would like to present a resolution for the Town Council to reappoint a member to the Town's Planning Commission. Specifically, this resolution is for the Town Council to reappoint Diana Nez to the Planning Commission for a term to expire June 30th, 2023. Staff has carefully considered Ms. Nez's request for a reappointment and has concluded that Mrs. Nez meets the qualifications to be reappointed to the Planning Commission member as a Planning Commission member in accordance to the Town Zoning Code and the Planning Commission bylaws. Mrs. Nez is an active member of the Planning Commission that attends all the Planning Commission meetings. She is always fully engaged and always goes above and beyond in her contribution to the PC. This concludes my presentation for this resolution, and I can answer any questions you may have at this time.
All right. I guess a question, was this the only, I know hers came in for reappointment, but did any other applications come in over the last month for the Planning Commission?
Yeah, over the last month, if I understand your question correctly, the council appointed Mr. Kelvin Knoll to the Planning Commission within a month, within the last month.
No, I was saying, did you get any new applications in?
No.
No, okay. All right, Council, any questions about the appointment, the reappointment? All right, seeing none, I guess we welcome a motion to reappoint Diana Nez to refill her seat to expire June 30th, 2023.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Miles, second by Vice Mayor. Is there any further discussion? Councilwoman Neville, did you have something?
I seconded it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you second. Who made the motion? Councilwoman Miles, right?
Get your head in the game, sir.
All right, I'm back. Let me hold on.
I hope that's water.
Can't tell you. All right. All right, seeing no further discussion. There's a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Miles to reappoint Donna Nez to refill an additional term that shall expire on June 30th, 2023 to the Planning Commission. Second by Councilwoman Neville. All right, Councilman Fields.
Aye.
Councilman Brewer.
Aye.
All right, Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Councilwoman Neville.
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
That's a yes for me. The motion carries 7-0. All right. H. Next on the agenda is an ordinance to vacate a portion of Market Street. We've seen this before. Jonet, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We can. Loud.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Wood, Vice Mayor Nickerson, and members of the council. My name is Jonet Prevost-White, Director of Public Works, and tonight I would like to present to you a right-of-way vacation for Market Street for public hearing. This vacation is requested by Mr. Pete Singh for the pending development known as First Town Center located at 17740 Main Street. Currently, Market Street exists as right-of-way that has been dedicated but not improved, also known as a paper street. The street intersects with another unnamed unimproved right-of-way beginning at Main Street to the northwest, moving southwest connecting to the improved right-of-way to Dr. David Klein Drive. Market Street currently runs through the back of the town hall parking lot, crosses a portion of Quantico Creek, and connects with 16 contiguous parcels that front Main Street and one large parcel fronting Freely Boulevard, also known as Route 1. The applicant is proposing that the existing paper street along the 16 parcels to Route 1 be vacated to restrict access to the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to use the vacated portion of Market Street to help meet the parking requirements of his pending rezoning application. In the proposed plan, Market Street will make a sharp turn through the parking lot and serve as a driveway access to the development with perpendicular parking along the right-of-way. Staff believes Market Street was dedicated in some form for the design and construction of the roadway facility to run adjacent to Main Street to the south. The 2020 comprehensive plan designates Market Street as public grid street within the Main Street small area plan with the intent to provide additional capacity for operations along Main Street. Staff requests council to consider all of the information presented by the applicant to make their final decision.
Thank you, Jonet, for that presentation. I was part of the council, as was Councilman Brewe, who approved to vacate Market Street twice. And the last time Mr. Singh came before that council, we told him, for us, you know, we said our word was we would do this, but if you didn't develop this property in this time frame, that we wasn't going to be vacating it again. So, you know, that's just where we was at. We've seen this in 2014, and I think again in about 2016 or 2017, something like that. So we vacated this property twice already. But I'll open this up for discussion of the council. All right, so.
I'd like to say something.
All right, Council Lady Willis.
I understand that this particular reason why he wants a vacation of this Market Street area is to help him get financing. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, because nothing was ever said by Mr. Singh about that. The last time we did it, we gave him a year. This past time, we gave him no time limit. So he can keep Market Street in his back pocket forever. I think that if we vacate Market Street for the applicant, which we all know is probably Pete Singh, we need to put a time limit on it. I don't have no problem vacating it, but you know, we need to help, because I know that Mr. Singh has been developing this town center forever. And something's got to happen, or I don't know what we're going to do, truthfully. So I don't mind vacating it, but we need to put a time limit on it. And I mean, a year, if you can't get financing in a year, something's wrong. So I think I'd like to see a year as our time limit.
Well, there is a condition on here. It's September 15th, 2022. So there is about a year time frame here. So, or it reverts back to the town again.
Yes.
And again. And again.
Yeah. Councilman Fields.
I agree with what Ms. Willis is saying. However, it goes back to my last statement. Is there anyone else looking to develop that property? Is there any other applications come to the town to develop that property? Probably not, because Mr. Singh owns it. But
thank you.
Yeah, I know we answered that question, but you got to get credit where credit's due. He's not giving up. So, you know, it's not like someone has come in to try to buy him out to develop that property. It hasn't happened. The only buyout has been us. We bought Town Hall. So I'll leave it at that.
All right.
I've got another thing.
Councilman Willis.
So what you're saying is, just because he keeps keeping on and has perseverance and doesn't put one shovel in the ground, we could continue offering him up everything that he wants and needs and everything. No, we can't do it. We're held by the golden handcuffs, and we all know that.
Yeah,
He owns the
like I
property.
said, I agree with you. I didn't say I did. I didn't say I didn't disagree. It's just we got to give a little bit of credit where credit is due. You know,
Well, on the same
nobody else is
vein,
doing it.
the citizens are looking to us thinking, what in the heck is this council doing? And this guy keeps going on and on and on and on and on. So, okay, credit is due. And if it's spread out between all of us and Pete Singh too.
Yeah, it is. The responsibility, you know, ultimately comes on us. But man, it's nobody knocking down the door to buy him out, and there's nobody coming to say, "Hey, look at this plan versus that plan."
We don't know that though, Brian. We have no idea he's been offered any money. I don't have any idea, so we can't sit and say that either.
Well, yeah. I hope we would have heard about it by now, but you're right.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to add to the conversation or any questions? All right. Seeing none, is there any motions on the floor?
Public hearing.
Okay. Wait a second. Councilwoman Miles.
Are we going to have an opportunity to hear from the applicant about this or no?
So I open up the public hearing.
Okay.
All right. Seeing no more discussion from the council, no more questions for staff. All right, we'll now open this up to a public hearing. So any members of the public, the applicant.
It's like Mr. Singh's got his hand up.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Pete Singh.
How you doing?
I hear your sentiments, and I am committed to what I'm attempting to do here in the town of Dumfries. Yes, at this point, I'm working with the town staff to get a rezoning done. Subsequent to that, we've been asked to submit a site plan. Part of that site plan, I have to demonstrate that this particular part of Market Street, which is unimproved, it's a dead end and provides no access to any other adjoining lots. We vacated, the portion of it we vacated. In turn, we are proposing that the Market Street, which will be, I hate to use the term, but for discussion purposes, on the first town center property, be realigned so that it follows the grid which Mr. Buchanan had spoken about earlier. This, when I use the word follows the grid, if you all remember, adjacent to your property, which is the town center, there is a street which comes from across Main Street called Union Street. And what we are proposing is let's use that grid approach and realign Market so that it follows what was done in 1770 plat of the town of Dumfries, where a Union Street was put on paper. And all we are suggesting is this Market Street be realigned at our expense to be consistent with that grade. And then it is up to the town of Dumfries, whether across Market Street, which is a property owned by the Hashemis, and they have a small linky-dinky driveway going up the hill, and I'm not sure what it's used for. That is Union Street, and that is the land which belongs to the town of Dumfries for Union Street. So my proposal, my petition here is the town should consider vacating this portion, giving us the opportunity to realign and two benefits to the town of Dumfries. Not only the adjacent neighbor, which luckily happens to be the town of Dumfries, that they would have a not a driveway, but a street around the town hall. That means the town hall will, from the backside, through this Union Street, be connected into Market Street and come back to Whiskey Street. That will provide two ways of getting to the town hall buildings, which I am sure the 45,000 square feet of office space you have, your tenants would love it. In addition, for considering our request, we have shown you all a development plan which includes certain proffers. I don't want to use the word proffers, it's a bad word. I want to say certain improvements which we are stepping up to do to public property which is around this area, including a Garrison Park. I'm going to take a minute to refer you to the comprehensive plan, and on a certain page in the comprehensive plan, it clearly states what your objectives are for the comprehensive plan, which is page 60. And if you look at the first 3 bullets, a good portion of that, as a local developer and somebody who's committed to the town of Dumfries, is stepping up to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to be the devil's advocate, but I am going to be one.
Thank you.
I've been working with your staff for the last 8 months on various issues because I'm a local person and I always have issues, whether it is a simple thing as getting a occupancy permit or a small partition wall to be built. Ethically, I always go for the permit, and the staff has been very cooperative. I did notice, for whatever reason, which I don't understand, today, under the action items, you all took an action item B and then a C. In order to correctly implement that B and C, somebody has to go down to E and F and make the changes. That was the first thing which was expected. After the changes are made, yes, it'll come to the town council for final approval. And then, of course, being consistent with any other municipality in Northern Virginia, and you're welcome to pick up the phone tomorrow. The review and approval of a site plan is an administrative function. Those are my comments.
All right, well, thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else in the public hearing that want to raise their hand to speak? Raise your hand now or forever hold your peace. Okay, at this time, we're gonna close the public hearing. All right, question for the Public Works Director on this. So if we vote this down, what's Mr. Singh's recourse? Is there a plan B?
Actually, that is a question for the planning director. Okay. Mr. Singh will have to redo his site plan to figure out where the parking is going to go, among other things, that's not having Market Street vacated. He has been informed of this prior to this meeting, prior to the last meeting. Will, do you have anything to add?
Mayor, if I may jump in, it may be prudent to ask the applicant what the plans are should this not be approved.
Well, yeah, we'll give him opportunity. So, Mr. Singh, if this gets voted down today with a no vote, what are your intentions or what's your plan for parking? Because there was a parking garage up there before, but go ahead.
My request or petition today is the council to consider vacating it. Now, what are the ramifications of the denial?
What's your plan if it does not get voted?
Well, if it is denied, my plan would be I have no option. Should I choose to work and develop this particular piece of land, it has to go back to ground zero. And once again, the amount of effort which I, along with the town staff, has put in to do 3-4 things, which is come up with a plan. Number 2 is come up with a development plan, which I have shared with you all in hard copy. And I strongly believe it does make sense. It is fully in compliance with the code as it is written today. And in addition, it is been modified to be in compliance with what Mr. Buchanan presented, which includes having a larger footprint, not the footprint, the word sidewalk and green space in the front. And my idea right now, my vision for the plan, which has been submitted to the town of Dumfries staff, is to create what you see in that handbook called the Planned Main Street District Pattern Book. The pattern book requirements are 99.9% satisfied, which includes a critical area, which is the setbacks, the green space in the front, the ability to have walking pathways in the front so that others, which is in my personal interest, is people across the street can then follow that, hey, people of the town of Dumfries are committed and they did something what was consistent with the plan, the zoning, etc. And that we here in Dumfries just don't put the comprehensive plan or the zoning ordinance on the shelf and carry dust. We read them, we try to implement them.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just the challenge that I'm having with this whole thing is the last time you stood before us asking us to vacate it, I felt like you played the same song for us. And I think Mayor Foreman was the mayor at the time. He asked you point blank, will you get this thing done in the next year? And what's holding it up? If this is what's holding it, and we vacated again, and Councilman Brewe say we may be doing this again and again and again. So it's almost like it doesn't make a difference if we vacate this or not. So it's just challenging when I heard this song and I did this dance before. Am I gonna do I want to do this dance? So I let my conscience be my guide when it's time. No, the hearing is now closed. I'm talking to council now at this point to see what if any other body from council has any other comments. You answer, Vice Mayor.
Can we hear from Mr. Capers when Ms. Provost was speaking, she asked him a question that I don't believe he had an opportunity to answer. So I'd like to hear from him on this.
Recourse for Mr. Singh if this gets voted down.
Okay, I'd like to hear from him, please. Thank you. Mr. Capers?
Yes, Vice Mayor, just to clarify quick points. As Mrs. Prevost-White noted, that the comprehensive plan update that the council voted on to initiate the amendments included that portion of Market Street as a grid street. So the comp plan update is proposing to retain Market Street as a grid street in order to provide additional capacity in case when Main Street is reverted back to the town, there is an increase of neighborhood traffic. This gives another outlet of a public right-of-way that the council already owned. So I just wanted to add that part, and I also want to state that to Ms. Prevost-White's point that currently with the zoning application that Mr. Singh has in place, it does not consist, after staff recommendation, of providing an alternative site layout with Market Street being retained as a public street. Just wanted to add those 2 points.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else from council have anything else to add? the conversation before we welcome a motion to the floor?
I've got one thing to say. I understand the way you feel because I was on council when he came before council, and former Mayor Foreman asked him that question. And he stood in front of us and said, absolutely. And here we are again. I mean, it gets weary on the council because everybody comes in that's, every 2 years that's new. They don't know the backstory to this. He's always asking the same question again, constantly. And whether it's this, that, or the other. And again, we have no recourse, whether we vacate Market Street or we don't vacate Market Street, he still owns that property. So that we're looking at letting him go forward with his financing and the vacation ending in 2022, or sitting and looking at the property. If he lets it go dormant and goes to another project, he could hold that our town looking like green space that needs grass cutting forever.
All right, anybody else, council? Thoughts, feelings? All right, so we've had our public hearing. We've closed our public hearing. We've heard from the applicant and anybody that wanted to speak. We've heard from council. Now, we need to either vote this up or down to vacate a portion of Market Seat per the request of the applicant.
I'll make a motion to vacate Market Street as presented to the council by staff.
All right, so it's been motioned by Councilman Brewe. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Council Lady Willis. All right, any further discussion on the motion? All right, so the motion on the floor is an ordinance to vacate a portion of Market Street as presented by staff on a motion made by Councilman Brewe and second by Council Lady Willis. All right, we're gonna now call for the vote. Councilman Brewe?
Aye.
Okay. Councilman Fields?
Aye.
Okay. Council Lady Willis?
Yes.
Okay. Council Lady Miles?
No.
You say no? Okay. Council Lady Neville?
No.
Okay. Councilman Fields?
Aye again.
You said a yes or no?
Aye again.
Aye again. Okay. And Vice Mayor?
Yes.
He asked me twice. That's why I said aye again.
Oh, I was just asking. Okay. So it'll be a no for me. So that motion carries 4-3. We will vacate Market Street. Congratulations, Mr. Say. All right. Next on the agenda is a resolution to rename Merchant Park Bandstand to the Dumfries Distinguished Citizen Bandstand. Councilwoman Miles, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So Historic Dumfries reached out to us, and we're living in changing times where we are telling an accurate story of history, and Historic Dumfries is no exception. They reached out to rename the bandstand because it is on town property. And without further ado, I'm going to read the resolution presented to you, and I will go ahead and make a motion to change. Whereas Historic Dumfries, Virginia has conducted a review of the name improvements within Merchant Park, and whereas the bandstand is currently known as the William Rayson Memorial Bandstand, and whereas during his lifetime, William Rayson maintained an enslaved labor force, and whereas the town of Dumfries and Historic Dumfries, Virginia, Inc. recognize the hurtful connotations that this can cause to visitors of Merchant Park and the community at large, and now therefore be it resolved by the Town Council that the bandstand located within Merchant Park shall be renamed Dumfries Distinguished Citizen Bandstand. And I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. All right, so it's been motion by Councilwoman Miles, second by Councilwoman Neville on the resolution to rename the bandstand within Merchant Park the Dumfries Distinguished Citizen Bandstand. All right, discussion on the motion. All right, no discussion. All right, seeing no discussion, the motion on the floor made by Councilwoman Miles and second by Councilwoman Neville is to rename the Distinguished Bandstand within Merchant Park to Dumfries Distinguished Citizen Bandstand. All right, Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Okay, Councilman Fields, one time.
Aye.
Councilman Brewer. He's on
Take mute off, man.
Aye.
Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
That'd be a yes for me. The motion carries 7-0. Unanimous vote. All right. Next on the agenda, we are on letter J. A motion to direct the town manager to work with the public safety professionals to review policies and procedures, particularly the use of force, de-escalation, and community relations. Vice Mayor Nickerson, the floor is yours. It's a mouthful.
Thank you. First thing, if I may, a point of clarification to the motion. The motion is to direct the town manager to work with public safety professionals to review police department policies and procedures, particularly use of force, de-escalation, and community relations. I don't know whether or not that needs to be updated for the record, but it is about police policies in particular. So I know with substantial confidence that our Dumfries police rarely use force. In fact, there have been no excessive force complaints in our department in almost 20 years. That in itself is a testament to the stellar police force that we have here in Dumfries. Our Dumfries Police Department has prided itself on community policing, and they work tirelessly to ensure community engagement and positivity in the day-to-day operations. But as we know, every department and officer is one bad decision away from tragedy. Therefore, the purpose of this action is intended to proactively build better relationships between law enforcement and our community by reviewing our current use of force policies and reforming them as needed. We also want our police policies to encourage de-escalation as a primary course of action to prevent any use of force. And lastly, but equally important, we want to build on our community relations so our department and community can work together to maintain Dumfries as one of the safest places in the state of Virginia. This action is the beginning of a process to building police reform toward ending unnecessary fatalities at the hands of police due to excessive force and combating a systemic culture of aggression and use of force. So do I need to read the motion again?
Yes. Did you change it on me? I think I got it. Motion to direct town manager to work with public safety professionals to review police department policies and procedures, particularly use of force, de-escalation, and community relations.
Yes, thank you.
I have two questions. Just to clarify, because we are also protected by Prince William, so would any of this overlap with Prince William Police Department, or is it just Dumfries? And I'm only asking that because we are duly covered.
Mm-hmm. So can I ask the town manager to answer that? I believe the answer is no, because we as Dumfries, because we are our own municipality and have our own police department, we do have our own policies. I am hoping that once we adopt this here in Dumfries, if we are able to adopt it, is something that we can maybe share with Prince William County to see if they can adopt a similar process so that they can also review their policies as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. While this is the town's, the motion is about the town's policy, I'm happy to bring back information regarding the county's policies as well, pursuant to this motion.
Okay, thanks. And the other things, kind of like a sidebar, but actually how many active police do we have on the town force as of today?
We have 9 sworn personnel, including the chief.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so was there any other discussion on this?
Absolutely.
All right, Councilman Brewe, the floor is yours.
Well, back about 6 months ago, I asked the town manager where we're at with the general orders. General orders haven't even been reviewed yet. First, they were being reviewed by Christie. She left. Then Brendan was starting to review them, and he was fired. So they haven't been reviewed or approved by council. So before we start putting the cart before the horse here, don't you think we need to have general orders approved or reviewed and approved first? That's a question I have for the entire council, because this was brought up during a meeting. Nothing's been done yet. We're still waiting for the general orders to be brought forth to us for approval. Not been done yet. So how can we add policies to a general order that has been reviewed, sent to the attorney for review, not completed yet? So, you know, it sounds to me like we're putting the cart before the horse here. I mean,
if I may, wouldn't this coincide with a policy review?
Get your policy first, and then if you need to tweak it, then you do that. But Prince William County has already reviewed their use of force policies and things of that nature. So
yes, they have. I'm aware of that.
We haven't even gotten that far yet.
Mr. Mayor, if I might,
yeah.
It would be helpful to me, perhaps, in terms of process, because we were asked by the town manager recently to start looking at the general orders. There's a set of general orders, I gather, that are out there, and then there's a new set that Chief McCarty wanted to look at that I understand are quite lengthy. And as we were gearing up to do that, Chief McCarty indicated he was resigning. And so it would be helpful to us. I'm perfectly willing to review this. I've represented police departments before and sheriff's departments, so that's not a challenge. The challenge is not to waste your time and money, so that I know which set of general orders we should be looking at. And
we should be looking at the set of general orders that were submitted to our attorney from the outset, that she was already starting to review before her departure, and Brendan McConnell was looking at before his departure.
And I appreciate that. Mr. McConnell indicated to me when he was departing that he had concern about the general orders that he was presented with.
Okay.
So in a broad overall manner. So that's why this is you know, I sort of do need to know, I think, or I mean, we can look at both, but that's going through general orders is time consuming to do it right. And I don't want to waste your money by not going through the right set of general orders.
So what we have is the first set, not the ones that McCarthy, was the last ones that council approved, and it went through a thorough review. We did all of that. I think we should just be updating those. So, but I don't know why there's two. That's what I thought we were just updating the ones that we had priorly approved. I didn't know there was a whole new set of general orders that was sent, because I don't think none of us have even seen these new general orders that
you won't see them until they're presented to council.
Well, why are we doing a whole brand new set when we had already,
It's not a brand new set from what I understand. From what I understand from Christie, it was updating outdated code sections, and putting in there the new code sections from the state of Virginia, that the state of Virginia has come up with.
So all we should be doing is just looking at the old general orders and just updating those all to get them to state. We shouldn't be having a whole new set of general orders that we're looking at. So that's where we approve some general orders. Just
we don't know what set we're looking at, whether it's the left set or the right set, because none has been presented to us.
So I said
that was the attorney's. That's the attorney's responsibility to look over the general orders to make sure that they comply.
Hey, Mayor, if I can interject really quickly.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I'm starting to forget what Vice Mayor's motion was, which is where we are right now. I was just wondering if we can deal with her motion. And I feel this is a worthy conversation. So maybe we can, just like I had comments and questions at the beginning of the meeting, put that under or bring it back up during the town manager's report so that we can get through the motion that the Vice Mayor presented.
All right, is there a second for the motion?
Second.
All right, there's a second. So there was a motion on the floor. There was never a second. So we went to discussion. All right, so remind us of the motion. So the motion is to direct the town manager to work with public safety professionals to redo police department policies and procedures, particularly with the use of force, de-escalation, and community relations. So the motion made by the Vice Mayor and second by Councilman Fields. All right, any further discussion on that?
Absolutely.
All right, Councilman Brewe.
What public service professionals are we going to be working with, and are we going to be contracting them, or are we going to be paying them?
Vice Mayor, what's the motion?
So if you bring in someone who has the professional aptitude to review police policies. I don't know about you, but I am not a police officer, nor am I a law official. And in order to ensure that our policies are written correctly and that these particular items are addressed, specifically the use of force, de-escalation, and community relations, it needs to be done by someone who is certified and experienced and know what they're looking at. I don't know of any other officers on this dais who actually have the expertise to do that. Councilman Fields has served as an officer, but I don't think even that's something that he would undertake as an individual councilman.
Well, I'm not saying that a council person would do that. What I'm saying is, what professional, what is your motion here? What professional
Public safety
professional are we going to be hiring for this review?
So this is a motion to direct the town manager to begin the process before anything is.
I know, but see, I understand what your motion is, but what I'm asking is specific. As far as, is this somebody we're going to contract? Is this somebody that we are going to, are we going to Prince William County to look at their use of force policy? So, adopted their new one? Or is this something?
If you will allow me to answer the question without interrupting me, as you've done, the answer to the question is this motion is to direct the town manager to begin the process. So before anyone is actually contracted, he would absolutely bring that back to us. There will be entering of no contract or solidifying it until he identifies someone and bring that back to us. But the process has to be initiated.
I have a question. And I think what you're trying to accomplish in this motion is very valid. The points are very spot on. But to direct the town manager to work with a public safety professional, that to me, a public safety professional would be either an attorney or someone who is a police department official who have the expertise with general orders. Am I wrong or right?
So yes, someone who has the expertise with police and law and general orders would be considered a public safety professional, as all are public safety professionals.
All right, so we have already hired Ms. Pandak and her firm already. And I know there's 2 copies of the general orders, and we have to figure out which one's what, because nobody has any idea. I know, there's one set that Christy was reviewing that Brendan said there was an issue with, and then there's another set that Chief McCarty has presented. Now he's leaving. So I think that's a wrinkle in it that needs to be ironed out. And I think the only person that really could iron it out would be Ms. Pandak and her associates.
Mr. Mayor, if I might respond to that.
Go ahead.
I am very capable of determining whether general orders are consistent with the law with respect to use of force. I have no problem with that. I will tell you that I am not a law enforcement tactician. And so if you're going to talk about appropriate policies for de-escalation, which are techniques, I am familiar with the concept because I belong to a police department, a police organization that's a national organization called PERF that actually talks about those types of techniques. But I would need somebody who is actually law enforcement trained to discuss how you would appropriately do de-escalation so that it is both safe for the suspect and safe for the officers. So there are two distinctions there. I have no problem with use of forces telling you what's legal, what's not legal, but I absolutely am not a trainer of law enforcement tactical responses. I've defended a bunch of them, and I've dealt with disciplinary matters regarding improper use of them, but no, I can't do those myself.
And thank you.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilwoman.
May I jump in? And Vice Mayor, please correct me. I don't mean to speak for you, but I think we can't really even begin to answer these questions because it's going to take Mr. Rogers to do some intense research, because what we're learning about law enforcement is that it's continuously evolving. It's going to take more than even law enforcement professionals. We're going to have to talk to, I would imagine, mental health professionals. Because when we talk about use of force and how we interact with the public in a safe way in terms of de-escalation, what we're finding out, what I've learned in even some of my studies, when you talk about the field of criminology and things of that nature, you have individuals that are claustrophobic, you have individuals that suffer from any wide range of disorders or things of that nature. So when we talk about de-escalation and things of that nature, it's evolving. So he's going to have to, we can't begin to say who he's going to have to work with to come up with these answers. So I think right now, maybe it's not so much that we're telling him to go work with these people, but to do some research to find out who he needs to contact. And then come back and tell us, this is who I need to go work with so that I can make this come into fruition. Because it's not even just a matter of, okay, I can talk to somebody in the county that knows how to do this, because in order to serve our community and to help the most vulnerable populations, of course, I'm thinking about the disability community, that takes a special skill, and he needs to research that. I don't think right now we're at a point where we can identify these people. He needs to go do some research and find out who that is, if that's where I'm thinking at.
Mr. Mayor, if I might interject one other thing. As you know, I'm also counsel for the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and I know that there has been substantial discussion amongst chief administrators as well as elected officials on how to approach in a different way issues of use of force and de-escalation and dealing with mental health matters. I think that in describing that this is an initiation, Madam Vice Mayor, that probably is a good way to do it. And there are going to be a lot of different governments and entities in the metropolitan region that are looking at similar issues. And I think that it is correct that if the town manager has some flexibility to go out there and just see what they're doing in the region, what they're doing, the resources that are being marshaled. It is admirable that you're undertaking this effort, but you are not the only ones.
And I'd just like to add to council, pretty much echoing Ms. Pandak, Ms. Miles, and Vice Mayor Nickerson's points, that I would need to conduct a comprehensive review to complete the work that is requested in this motion. And I would look forward to bringing back those decision points to the council subsequent to the motion.
Councilman Fields?
Yes, and I might add, and I think Ms. Vice Mayor alluded to that. During my years of experience in law enforcement, in the past 4 going on 5 years on the federal side, in the past 8 months, in the past 8 months, I've had 3 different classes on use of force. And within that class, I've offered my expertise and my experiences in the past, and also what Ms. Miles alluded to, as well as the mental aspect of it with dealing with special needs and individuals when you come about. It is a hot topic. It is a topic that's being discussed all across. Like I said, in the past 8 months, I've had 3 different classes on it, given by 3 different instructors and 3 different entities. So it's a hot topic, and I'm quite sure we're not trying to change policy. If anything, when it does come back to the general order, after the discussion and after the research is done, it's going to coincide with a general order, whichever one we choose, the left or the right, the A or the B, the 1 or the 2. It's got to coincide, and it's got to, we also have to listen to what we're dealing with in the county. That's the big brother, that's the big sister in the county to our small department here in Dumfries. So we can't, or we should not, rather, overstep their boundaries or have ours any much different than theirs. It sort of kind of has always been that way from my experience with the town of policing.
I've got another question.
All right. No.
Should we give the town manager a soft deadline to come up with a preliminary report to us? Excuse me. Did you understand what I was saying as I was choking to death?
Yeah.
Don't die on us. I do not think that it's necessary to include a soft deadline because even though this is a priority for me personally, I want to see this happening quickly. I also recognize that the town manager has a lot of items on his plate. So I would rather leave it up to him to prioritize this where he can to get it done. Of course, we want it back within a reasonable amount of time, but I don't think a deadline is necessary in order to get it done.
What I'd like to see is him give a report on his progress, what he's actually finding out. That would help a lot.
I think that's acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Progress report.
Exactly.
My pleasure.
So the motion on the floor is, as stated, to direct the town manager to work with public safety professionals to review policies, police department policies and procedures, particularly with use of force de-escalation and community relations, on a motion made by the vice mayor and was seconded by Councilman Fields.
Yes, it was.
I have a question. Do we want to change the language that we're at this point, at a point where we're asking him to go do some preliminary research before we ask him to work with these individuals, Vice Mayor?
I don't think that's necessary because it doesn't state who the individuals are. He would not engage in working with anybody unless he came back and brought that information to us. And I think that's very clear. I don't necessarily think that that's, that needs to be included in there. We talked about it for the past 10 minutes, and I think that's pretty clear.
Okay.
I don't know if it's as a matter of, record, does it need to say that specifically? No? Okay, well then I say we move on, but thank you.
And I just want to reiterate to the council, I'm happy to do the pleasure, but I'm also clear as to what was requested this evening and happy to comply.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All right, the motion on the floor. I'm gonna read this again because I gotta read it. I'm required to read it. All right, the motion on the floor is to direct the town manager to work with public safety professionals to review police department policies and procedures, particularly use of force, de-escalation, and community relations, on a motion made by the vice mayor, second by Councilman Fields. All right, Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Okay. Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Councilman Brewer.
Not until our general orders are done, no.
Okay. Councilwoman Miles, did I get you?
Aye.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
All right, and that's a yes for me. Motion carries 6-1. All right. Next on our agenda is letter K. Sorry, I'm about to skip over K. A motion.
Don't do that.
No, I flipped the page too soon. All right, motion to direct the town manager to draft a letter to state officials to extend the moratorium on evictions. Councilwoman DeVille, the floor is yours. Get in some good trouble.
Thank you. I always try. So as we all are aware, we're in a pandemic. People are losing their jobs. There have been record numbers of people filing for unemployment. And this snowball effect, if you will, has led to lots of evictions coming up on court dockets. Some of us are aware that there was a freeze on some of the activities that happen at courthouses, but now they're about to pick back up. And there was a moratorium on evictions that was lifted the end of June. So what I am asking is that we vote on directing the town manager to send a letter to the state, because the General Assembly will be reconvening on August 18th and discussing the matter. And there are 3 points I'd like to see in a letter that should be sent to the General Assembly by August 7th. And we should all receive a copy of it as well. Those 3 points are to extend the eviction moratorium. Also, to encourage and support the freezing of foreclosures. And to, some of us may know that there was an eviction protection program presented by Governor Northam, and it was funded with $50 million, which is not nearly enough to actually suspend and protect people from becoming evicted during a pandemic. And the minimum amount needed to do that effectively is $1 billion to adequately fund rent subsidies. So those are my 3 points, and ready for any questions, or if there's a motion, or actually I'll go ahead and make the motion and we can move forward from there. So I'd like to move that we direct the town manager to draft a letter to state officials to extend the moratorium on evictions with the 3 points I mentioned by August 7th.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so it's been motion. It's been second. Oops. All right, any discussion on the motion? Any concept? Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Councilwoman DeVille, could you please read the second point one more time for me, please? There was something I was looking for, and I want to make sure that that's where I heard it.
Supporting freezing foreclosures.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad that you added that in there, because as a homeowner, to put the moratorium on the evictions doesn't necessarily stop my home from going into foreclosure if I rely on that rent payment to make the mortgage. So I appreciate you adding that in there as a point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on this?
No, not really. I've got a statement. I think this is absolutely, and it should have been funded more than what it was funded. And as a real estate professional, I get to deal with all the people whose houses are foreclosed, and all the renters who are looking for better homes if they are able to scrape some money together. So I absolutely support this.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion statements from council? All right, the motion on the floor is to direct the town manager to draft a letter to state officials to extend the moratorium on evictions with the 3 points stated by Councilwoman DeVille, on a motion made by Councilwoman DeVille, second by Councilwoman Miles. All right.
By August 7th.
By August 7th, sorry. Yes, by August 7th.
Only a couple of days.
Okay.
Before we go forward, I just thought of something just to add to what Mr. DeVille is talking about with this resolution. By not doing so, and Melva, she alluded to this as well, if it doesn't pass, or if we don't get enough funding for individuals to stay in their homes, in their rental properties, and so forth and so on, we will only do one thing. And Dumfries used to be a haven for that years ago. And that's, if it doesn't pass, we'll be adding to our homelessness problem. And we did a good job of helping our homeless here in this area and having them in safe places. If this doesn't pass, it's only going to increase our homelessness problem. And as we know, Dumfries has been a haven for homelessness in the past. So we definitely want to get this through. So hopefully it doesn't happen again to any individuals here in the town of Dumfries.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, so there's a motion on the floor to direct the town manager to draft a letter to state officials to extend the moratorium on evictions with the 3 points stated by August the 7th, on a motion made by Councilwoman DeVille and second by Councilwoman Miles. Seeing no further discussion. All right, Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Okay, Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Councilman Brewer.
No, sir.
Okay, Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, for me, the motion carries 6-1. All right. Takes us over to letter L on our agenda for those who are following along. All right, letter L is an initiating resolution to authorize a public hearing for zoning text amendment 2020-002. Mr. Capers.
Mayor, if I can, I'm sorry, Mr. Capers, you've been talking a lot this evening. I wanted to provide a little brief overview before we get into your review. I just wanted to thank the council for adding this agenda item to the agenda this evening. The Prince William County Board of Supervisors met last night, and they were given the authorization to staff to move forward with purchasing the Grace Church property. And so we have the Deputy County Executive, Mr. Elijah Johnson, with us tonight. So I just wanted to make council aware that Mr. Johnson is here to provide comments, and his staff, as well as the town staff, have been working together to ensure that this application could go forward. I just wanted to remind council of a previous request or motion that the council made, which was for me to work with the county to bring human services and social services that are provided to our residents by the county into the town. And so this proposal that the county is now pursuing would also do that, as well as provide homeless shelter services. So before we get into Mr. Capers to provide the report, I wanted to just give Mr. Johnson an opportunity to address the council. Mr. Johnson, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, and thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to do so. And again, I want to thank your town manager and your planning director for working with us on this project. They've been extremely helpful to us to getting through your process to get to this point. As the town manager mentioned, the county is doing two things. One is, as you guys talked about so eloquently, we are facing a pandemic, and the most vulnerable in our community are being affected by that pandemic, probably the most than anybody else. And that population, as you've just talked about, is the homeless population. In our current sheltering operations, the ability to social distance in our shelter facilities are extremely difficult. And we've had to move folks out of some of our overnight facility. We're currently housing folks at our Palazzo Gymnasium, and we're also housing folks in a motel, folks who have underlying conditions that may be affected by COVID more adversely than other folks, to protect them in this time of pandemic. So one of the things that the board directed us to do is set out to find some solutions to that issue of homelessness and their exposure to the COVID virus, and use of funds that the federal government has made available to us to do so. In that opportunity at Grace Church presents a great opportunity because it's a turnkey facility. And what I mean is, we can almost move in there with little to no renovations to the facility to move that, to do shelter operations, and to do one other things, as Mr. Rogers indicated, to bring more services to Dumfries in the form of human service activity,
and support services for not only the homeless in our community, but the residents of the town. We've been working diligently to find a property. I want to thank the church. I don't know if anybody's listening from the church, but they've been very helpful in this process as well, to actually submit the application for the ZTA, because they are still the current owners of the property. And one of the things this ZTA would do is allow this particular use in the B1 zoning, which would allow us to bring homeless folks in and provide the services that they need, not only for in the COVID environment, but also to get them back on the feet. As one of your council members just mentioned, you just passed a resolution to send a measure to the General Assembly to pass a moratorium on evictions. And we are keenly have that same worry that if we don't do something or folks don't get assistance, we're going to have an increase into our homeless system that we will not be able to manage. So this will be able to help us increase our ability to manage our homeless population and provide services to get them back on their feet, as well as bring services to the community of Dumfries, to your citizens. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Was there what the services? Can you elaborate on some of the services? I know that mental health was one of them. What were some of the other services you were looking to provide?
Well, with the facility itself, it's going to be actually even more than a homeless sheltering system. It's going to be a navigation model. And in that navigation model, we're going to be bringing in services. We're going to be combining what we call our drop-in services now, where we're going to be work with them on employment services, working with folks on skill building services, mental health services, the whole gambit of need in the human service world. We're going to be bringing to that facility to not only help our homeless population get on their feet, but any other folks that need assistance. One of the projects we're working on in the county is a No Wrong Door project, where we are looking at how we are delivering services to our entire community and looking at it from a client perspective on how we can improve the client experience coming in to receive services. And so having a footprint within communities will go a long way in us meeting the clients at their doorsteps instead of them coming to our doorstep, so to speak. So this will help us meet that goal as well that we're working on.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Miles.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Johnson, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this evening. I know it's been a long night, but we certainly appreciate you taking the time to join us and to tell us about the services. We definitely welcome any opportunity to provide services to our citizens here in the town. So if I'm understanding correctly, are y'all looking to set up like a satellite CSB? I apologize. CSB is Community Service Board for anybody who's not familiar with the system. Yes. So is that what, am I understanding correctly that that's what that is?
There will be a component of the services that will be offered.
Okay.
Not just mental health services, benefit services, folks who may need SNAP assistance, folks who may need other forms of assistance that we offer. Aging programs will be ran out of there as well.
Okay. So, and then also in terms of the shelter, are you looking to provide shelter for predominantly like for families, or is it for single individuals, or is that something down the line that we need to look at, or do you know now?
The primary population that the county does not have is that single male-female population. That's unsheltered, that's living in the woods and encampments, and that will be meeting that need for that population.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
I have a few questions.
Councilor DeVille.
About how many beds are you all anticipating here?
We're anticipating an average of 60 to 80 beds. Right now at Palazzo, we're averaging about 40 beds, and at the hotel, we have about another 20 to 30 on average folks staying there. So we're averaging on average 60 families on average to be in the facility at overnight. You will see in the proposal asking for permission to go up to the capacity of 100. And why that is, in an emergency, one of the things that come up in the winter times, we get a snowstorm that comes in. And those folks who are living in the woods, we want to get them out of the woods so that we can provide shelter through those storms. We just had the hurricane come through Had that been a bigger event, we would have opened up different facilities around the county to house those folks. So this gives us the capacity to, in the event of emergency, to expand if we need to expand.
Okay, and again, I have a few questions. So to my knowledge, there are about 80 beds available, or they're taken up right now, but 80 beds in the county. So instead of just 60 beds, you said 60 families, and that's including single men and single women and actual families, women with children, men with children, that kind of situation. Am I correct?
When I say family, we look at an individual as a family, a family in that definition. So
Okay.
an situation is primary single individuals and single males that we're focused on.
Okay. And so, let's see, what's your time of stay? Like, I know at most given shelters, you may have residents there for about 30 days, depending on the program, to move them up towards gainful independence. What is, for your anticipated program, time of stay for a family?
It's going to vary based on where that person is at. Some folks are going to move faster than others. We typically try to move folks into a housing situation within 30 to 60 days. But
Okay.
Again, depend on that family ability to move forward and what their skill sets are.
And about what percentage of the space or the property will be used for the homeless shelter compared to the space used for the services?
The sanctuaries will be primarily used for the sheltering purposes. The office space is going to be used for services.
Do you know a percentage of that? Because I haven't been inside.
The total square footage of the facility is 25 square feet, and I believe the office, and I don't have it at my fingertips.
It's about a third. The sanctuary is about a third of the facility.
Okay. And what's your anticipated completion?
Our goal is to, because of the funding source we're looking at with the CARES Act, we have an aggressive time frame, and our goal is to hopefully be able to move in by December 1st.
Okay, and that's up, running, staffed?
Yep.
Okay, oh wow, that's advantageous of you all. Have you all considered any other sites, out of curiosity?
We have, we've been looking throughout the county for sites. In fact, the board also directed us to look at facilities on the western end last night. With the CARES Act money, because of the expenditure deadlines that the federal government has, it puts a constraint on what sites we could use because of site development. So for example, if you go to try to develop vacant property, as you guys have been discussing tonight, that process is a longer process, and we would not be able to use those funds advantageously to have it up and running within the time frame that you just so eloquently said. It's an aggressive time schedule.
So we have Axe. I think that's even a mile down the street.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any plan to partner or work with Axe on some of these services? And I ask particularly for the services and the program for the homeless population in the shelter. Has there been any consideration or conversation about working with Axe?
Great question. We in the county, under the federal umbrella of homeless services, the county has to have a continuum of care. The county is the administrative arm of that continuum of care by vote of the care continuum of itself. So we partner already with every homeless service provider in the community, including that, to provide services and resources to them to provide the services that they do. We've worked in fact, I have Steve League on speed dial.
Okay, so thinking about homelessness, the children, and there are usually times, and because we plan to open in the dead of winter during pandemic, will there be any partnership with the Boys and Girls Club or any other voucher maybe system to give the children something to do for that window of time, typically where shelters are closed? Most shelters, in case anyone doesn't know, you have to leave in the morning and come back at a time at night, you know, especially for single people. So I'm just wondering what the families, I know with Northern Virginia Family Services, they have programs and they'll send the kids off with bag lunches and everything. So are you including anything, especially vouchers for childcare for those families that will be housed at this shelter.
So in this,
They'll
again,
have a space to be.
yes, ma'am. In this particular situation, again, that we won't be looking at any children in that particular facility. It's going to be all adult single males and females. But we do work with those shelters, ACT, SERVE, in their programs. And as you know, we manage the Hildebarg. Did I lose you guys? We manage the Hildebarg Homeless Prevention Shelter ourselves as well.
Okay. All right. So I look forward to following along, especially want to make sure we separate,
Yes, ma'am.
protected while they're sleeping in the shelter. So thank you for that. I think that answered the majority of the questions I have for now, but I have a long, passionate connection with the homeless population. So I will be chatting with you as this moves
forward. Good to work with you, man.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, and then I'll come over to Councilwoman Willis. I've seen all the hands. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
I have two questions for you, sir. With regard to bringing in the homeless population, what risk, if any, does this pose to the neighboring community? Because the location of Grace Church is practically inside of a very densely populated community. So what risks are there for bringing this so close to the community? And also what impact, or if any at all, will having a facility that's used primarily for homeless shelter, what kind of impact does that have on property values of the neighboring communities also?
Real estate agent.
So let me answer the first question. In reference to risk to the community, that's one thing we take very seriously. We're already looking at how we can mitigate any type of risk. We already plan to have security on site during the time that folks 24/7. So we're going to have staff and security. We already have at our overnight shelter. We're looking at working with the town on any buffer issues they may deem necessary as we move into that facility that needs to be put there. So we're willing to work with you guys to make sure we mitigate any issues in reference to security. In reference to the property values, in my tenure and doing this for over 30 years now, it seems like, having a facility like this with the enhancements that's already there, and we're going to continue to maintain those things. We haven't seen where, in talking to our realtor, that we don't have any negative impact on housing values. But you have a realtor on the board who could probably speak to it better than I have. I just learned tonight.
Mm-hmm. The reason that I ask about the security, I know that you said that you all will have 24-hour security at the facility. However, in my thought process is, if your facility requires that they vacate during the day, then, we know that some homelessness is associated with mental health issues. And again, we have a neighboring community full of children within walking distance to schools in both directions. And so just want to make sure that consideration is given for those risks as far as the residents of those neighboring communities.
We couldn't agree more with you, and security of not only our folks who are in the facility, but the neighbors are our top priority.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Willis. Then I'll come to you, boy.
Some of the services that you're giving the residents of the homeless shelter, you have services that Department of Social Services has as a SNAP program and that type of thing. My other question is this: housing is so critical in this Northern Virginia area. And one of the things that I do know is that is the county going to offer the guests of their homeless shelter housing vouchers to be able to get into Section 8 housing, along with getting jobs and everything else? That's a piece of the puzzle that's never been addressed, because the housing, the list to get on housing is absolutely closed in Prince William County. It's closed in Fredericksburg. It's closed everywhere. How is your organization, the county, addressing the housing portion of helping these people move forward with their lives? You can address their mental illness. You can give them food stamps, you know, but the cycle will continue if they don't have a place that they can move to. They can get Medicaid, but the housing voucher is an absolute critical component of helping these people. I mean, I've seen it with what I do, and I've seen it with where I worked and retired from, because I work with the homeless. And so has that been thought about?
So, great question, because that's one of the critical pieces. We follow in Homeless Services. HUD requires each continuum of care to follow the Housing First model. And we receive funding from the federal government each year to do what's called a rapid rehousing program, where they provide rental assistance. Now, it's not as long-term as the Housing Choice Voucher program that you're referencing. And that's the challenge for every jurisdiction, because that funding is governed by the federal government. And the federal government has not put out what I would say general purpose vouchers in, gosh, probably over 10 years in my role, because as now being in this role that I am now as Deputy County Executive, I was the former housing director for the county. So that's been an issue that all of us around the country has been pushing the feds to inject more revenue into that particular program to serve that population of folks that has been overlooked. But they have put money into homeless services programs. In fact, we'll be getting some money from the state, about $1 million in that rapid rehousing program, that we're going to be looking at how we utilize that funding to support our homeless services and the folks who need assistance with getting into rent. And that's why, as you mentioned, that's why it's so important that you have those wraparound services with those families. Because it's one thing to get a family in a unit, it's another thing to have that family stay stable in that unit. And so that's why wraparound services is so key. And so it's a combination of assistance plus wraparound services that we have to do. The other thing that the board is looking at is how do we increase that affordable housing market in the county? And that's one of the things, as you discussed today in your comp plan amendments and updates, one of the things that the board is looking at is whether or not they're going to be developing any type of affordable dwelling unit ordinance that would require developers to add some affordable units for families who need that. And those are going to be tough, because it'll target those workforce housing, but coupled with assistance, families will be able to go into those and stay. So there's a lot of various things that our board has. In fact, I have a couple of directives to look at how we can expand affordable housing in the county that we're going to be looking at. So that's something that we are looking at over the next year or so, and coming back to our board with recommendations on how to make improvements in that area.
Well, one question with a rapid rehousing, how long is your rental assistance?
That it depends on that family need. The federal government allows us to provide assistance anywhere from 3 months to 24 months.
Okay, so that's not any. Well, so you have to, it's a case-by-case basis is what you're saying.
Yes, depending on that family needs. Some families come in and they need short-term assistance. Some family comes and need longer-term assistance. The other thing that we're working on is in trying to increase what we call permanent supportive housing. And that's housing where it does have that long-term subsidy for those folks who we know have on fixed income, they have underlying medical conditions, and we're looking at ways to try to increase that number of inventory as well to assist those families that you're talking about.
So that permanent assistance is not in force right now. That doesn't sound like it.
There is no, outside of the voucher program,
there's nothing.
There is no, and permanent supportive housing there's no tenant-based long-term assistance out there for that 0 to 30% of every median income family.
Okay. To answer the Vice Mayor's question about housing values, it does affect it. It does affect it. Also, you were, Mr. Johnson, you were talking about working with us as putting up buffers between the homeless shelter and the community. Have you had to do this in other instances?
Well, in fact, this will be, we have, and this is our first, let me back up. In our current facility, it's where it's at, it's not adjacent to a community, so it's not there. But in this situation, because county hasn't purchased a facility like this probably in over 15 years. So we want to make sure when we're going into this, that we are working with the town, working with the community to make sure that we are addressing any concerns and issues. And so as we indicated to the town manager, if there are certain things or mitigating things that they would like us to take a look at, we were more than happy to take a look at those things.
Another thing is, since your vernacular is family, mine is a single woman or a single man, because that's, to me, that's, in your reference, it's a family unit. In my reference, it's a single person. Mm-hmm. If they're only housed overnight, and then they have to vacate the homeless or the shelter in the morning, and they are out and about in the community, and I'm referencing the vice mayor's concern over school's going to be in. We have no idea whether the children will be going back school, you know, the bus stops and things like that. It's a concern for me. My children are grown, but it's a very big concern for me for the rest of the citizens and their children. You've got security, but that's on site, which means that our police force will have to take up the slack when these people vacate the premises of the homeless shelter and the area that you all are sitting on. And I'm not saying that people are criminals, but with the state of mental health that some may have, I'm not saying everybody's like that, there is a risk. So, you know, we as council people have to consider all of this. You know, mm-hmm. It sounds like a wonderful thing, but you really have to weigh all the positives and the negatives, how it affects our citizens and our communities. I just wish there, you know, were some other way to handle this. I really do. I mean, more services for them so they can get stable, but that's not happening.
All right, Councilman Fields, the floor is yours.
I'm going to piggyback on the safety and security aspect of it. What type of security do you have there, Mr. Johnson? Is it a security agency, or is it someone that's just volunteered to be a security type person within the facility?
We contracted out, sir. So it's with the security company. Yes.
Who's your vendor?
Oh gosh, I don't. We may it may change. I don't recall off the top of my head the current vendor we're using, but we'll look at that and see how we need to expand the contract to make sure we have enough.
Okay, hold on, I'm not finished. But
yes,
also piggyback on what everyone else is saying. We have an understaffed at this time police department, and as individuals that come to or visit the facility, vacate the facility, it's only going to increase the appearance. May not meaning they're homeless at the time because they just came from the facility, but if they don't vacate the town, it's going to give the town an appearance that this is a homeless haven. And next thing you know, we'll have overflow. And when people cannot get in, they're going to hang out here in the town of Dumfries. And we may have another situation. We got another tent city here in the town of Dumfries. There's one close to over in Dale City, which is not too far where Ms. Barge's place is at. And there's another homeless shelter, I believe, around there by the bus station. All that in close proximity to Ms. Barge's facility, the one over there by the bus terminal, and what do you have in the wooded areas in between that part of Dale City and the other side of the mall over there. We have a big influx of homelessness over there. So what ramifications do we have as a town if we see an influx in this? What can the town do about it if you're already here? Other than stress our police department and our town, period. all the things that our town can offer. It's going to be stressed.
And that's where we're going to be good partners with you guys. This is not something we take lightly. And believe me, we understand where all the encampments are. We follow this on a regular basis. We work with private owners all the time in reference to encourage folks to come out of those encampments and get services so that they're not in the woods. And we, believe me, we're going to make every effort to do that. Now, what research has shown us is that most of our homeless folks that we have in our community are folks who grew up in this community, not folks that come from somewhere else, because we did an extensive study to survey our folks to see exactly where they were coming from, where their roots were. And that survey showed us that most of our folks that we have that's in our homeless services grew up in this area. And so we want to make sure that we can give those folks that hand up, not a handout, that they're looking for to get on their feet.
All right, Councilman Brewe.
Well, you've heard the old saying, don't believe anything you hear and only half of what you see. Well, that's exactly where I'm at right now. The county comes in here and dumps it in our backyard and wants us to take care of this, all right? We have been promised when the county purchased Williams Ordinary, oh, we're gonna have this big restaurant here. Well, guess what? There's no restaurant there, and they don't have any plans to put one there, all right? This was promised for 3 years. Now, what I'm fuming at right now is who knew about this from the town of Dumfries? Because right here it's saying, please see the updated meeting packet. Did somebody, Andrea Bailey, did she contact you, Derrick, about this?
Yeah, I spoke to you.
You spoke to her about this?
Yes.
Why wasn't that conveyed to this council before we get this memo tonight that we're having to sit here and approve a damn public hearing? This is ridiculous. Nobody here is communicating. I get a memo here from Keith Rogers says, please see the updated meeting packet for tonight's meeting. So obviously, if you knew about it, then he knew about it, but nobody else here on the council knew about this. Now we have a representative from the county telling us how all wonderful this is going to be to have an encampment over here inside of an enclosed building. Has anybody contacted Williamstown? Has anybody contacted the businesses over there to let them know that this is going to be going on? No. It's all, you've heard the old saying, not in my backyard? Well, not in my backyard, because here's the deal. We're going to be having to provide additional police protection on our tax dollars. These guys are going to be let out in 24 hours. They're going to be roaming throughout the neighborhoods. They don't have any transportation. They're going to be walking. You know, everything the county, anytime the county has something to dump, they try to dump it in Dumfries. All right. And for whatever reason, the town of Dumfries falls for this mess. It's got to stop. Got to stop. Derrick Greer has been wanting to try to unload this building to anybody and anything so that he can get his other building built up here in the county. Now, this is, I'm so fuming mad when I saw this. I wanted to rip somebody's head off for bringing this forth to the council at this late of a date and expecting us to vote on a public hearing. I mean, come on, guys. Y'all got to be doing better than this. Both you all.
If I may, Mayor, I don't think it's appropriate to tell staff we want to rip their heads off.
No way that you guys didn't know prior, long ago, that this was in the works, because the county is not just going to willy-nilly say, hey, guys, we got CARES Act money. Go on out here and find us a place to throw these people. You look at Hilda Barb's place up here on the hill. You got a junkyard on one side, you got a creek on the other. Here, you got residents, you got business. And what surprised me, what just blows my mind on this thing is that nobody from Williamstown or any of the other townhouse communities around here have been let known about this. Nobody has gone to the businesses that are adjacent to this. So don't come and tell me that this just happened last night and oh, all of a sudden we're going to hurry up and throw a public hearing in here. I'm done. I'm done with this fast track willy-nilly crap.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. Councilwoman DeVille, Councilwoman Willis, and then Councilwoman Miles. All right, in that order.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to remind everyone, be very careful with your words when we're talking about the homeless community. Talking about this dump. So just be careful with your words and what you're saying and what we're calling people. Have a little grace. Second of all, Mr. Johnson, I had another question for you because one of the gazillion questions I had asked you earlier was if you all had entertained any other locations. And I'm thinking, how many, do you know offhand about how many shelters we have on the western side of the county, since that is something that the Board of Supervisors had considered?
We have, only shelter that you have on the west side of the county is Northern Virginia Family Service Campus.
Okay, and that's what I thought. So I'm just thinking maybe it's something, especially from what I'm hearing tonight, where there is consideration to have the new shelter on the western side, because we do have Axe Shelter right down the street, and there is Hildebarg up the street in Woodbridge. So maybe if we had the services here, which is, we definitely need access to those services. Our citizens need access to opportunity, and it is key to have it in walking distance. Although the original proposal I had advocated for was to have those social services like a remote office here in town, which is something we could easily accommodate in our town hall. But if you all wanted a broader scope of remote services for human services and social services at Grace Church, that definitely can still work, and maybe consider having the shelter on the western side of the county, since we already have a shelter here, you know, with Axe, and there's Hildebarg up the street. Although I know those beds are usually full in the wintertime, as well as the other shelter by the PTRC. We're kind of lopsided on the county with the amount of shelters, but I'm just throwing this out here for something for your consideration to try to save and salvage the proposal to work it out where we have those services at the location of Grace Church. And perhaps you all look at the western side for the shelter. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, let me answer we are currently, at the same time as indicated, we are working, the board, we are right now looking at Western End sites for the second navigation center on the western end of the county. So that's already underway to take a look at that facility on the western end of the county as well. Also, the facilities that you mentioned are not set, they are family shelters, meaning they're family with kid shelters, and not appropriate for the single male population.
Not the one at PTRC. I can't remember the exact name.
Yes, ma'am. The one at PTRE is a single, but it doesn't allow for social distancing, and that's why we cannot use it during this pandemic and for the foreseeable future, and why we had to move folks out of that particular facility, because it does not allow us to meet the social distancing to keep people safe.
Would the county consider having the human services resources and social services resources here in town rather in town hall? Or, and I just want to be very clear from hearing the dialogue going on tonight, because we can house what we asked for in our town hall. So would they be interested in either going with that or still purchasing Grace Church, and you were only using a third of that space for the shelter? So still having those access to resources at Grace Church and just increasing the beds at another location for the shelter portion?
It wouldn't be viable to purchase Grace Church just for the administrative.
Okay. And so with that stated, I want to reiterate the original ask was to accommodate our citizens who need access. They don't have cars. It's a pandemic. It's an inconvenience to get on any source of public transportation to get to Ferlazzo. So if we could have a remote social service office in town hall, even if they're there one day a week, that was the town's original request. So I just want to make sure that remains on the table despite what may happen tonight or at a potential public hearing.
Understood. Not taken off the table.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Willis, and then Councilwoman Miles.
One of the things that I've got to ask Mr. Johnson is, you say that they grew up around here, and how do they get here? Who transports these individuals to this shelter that you're proposing in Dumfries?
For those folks who don't have, a lot of our folks does have cars because they work. There's a misnomer that folks who live in the woods don't work. A lot of those folks do work, and they have transportation to get there. We also have funding to assist those folks who need to get there from our federal partners to make that happen.
If the ones that are non-drivers and non-workers how do you get them to come to Dumfries if they don't want to?
I can't, on all truthfulness, I can't force anybody to come into any facility that we have. And we do have folks who choose not to come, even with our current facilities. We have quite a few people who choose not to come in and receive services in those. And they have that choice not to do that. So if somebody says that person is not going to come in for service, no matter where I have it at, whether it's on the western end, eastern end, if that person doesn't want to be a part of the program, they won't come in for services.
Okay, I knew that. I was just wanting to, to hear your take on it. One of the things that really concerns me is the fact that we received this information an hour and a half before our meeting, and we went ahead and put it on the agenda. Another thing that really concerns me is Town of Dumfries knew that the council wanted social services and community services board and services for our citizens here, but that was the carrot that was sort of dangled in our face, and then all of a sudden we're asked to have a homeless shelter here. One of the things that concerns me is this. Some of our citizens are aging and old, and some of our citizens are disabled and don't have the mental capacity that their age requires. I'm not saying they're mentally ill. And one of the things that those individuals don't need to be confronted with to come into your offices, because if they've got questions about Department of Social Services, or their family has questions about Department of Social Services things, they're having to walk the gamut of coming into a homeless shelter. And I don't think that's right for our citizens. We need as a council to protect these people who are, I don't even know what the word would be, disabled and aged, as well as people who are children. And I don't think that, as far as I'm concerned, this is not a good fit for the town of Dumfries. I'm really, really upset about this. It was presented to, the way it was written and presented was the fact that, it was, oh, we're going to get our services, and, oh, by the way, the services were secondary to the homeless shelter. They were put in place there to serve the homeless, not to serve our citizens. So, I'm just really upset about all this. And if when we go for a vote, I'd like to see Derrick's not be part of the vote because he's in the middle of this.
Councilwoman Miles.
Thank you, Mayor. I will say again, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for presenting this information to us this evening. I can attest to your statement earlier that a lot of the homeless population in our area are people that are from the area. I don't believe that there's people coming from outside, all over the state, coming to Dumfries and being homeless. It's generally people that are familiar with the area that are still here. I do believe that, yes, this is short fuse, but my understanding is because we only have, the county only has a short window of time to execute the money from the CARES Act to purchase the property so that we can get this in place. And so, yes, the homeowners have not been notified, but we will have a public hearing. So individuals will have an opportunity to come out and let their concerns be heard. We'll have, at that point, we'll have an opportunity to possibly modify the zoning, the ordinance, mitigate things. Mr. Johnson has stated that he's going to be a good partner, and I believe the county is acting in good faith moving forward. I would like to, at this point, make a motion to schedule the public hearing for, I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, is it the 15th or the 1st? What day was it?
September 15th, yes, ma'am.
I would like to go ahead and make a motion to schedule the public hearing for the 15th.
All right, I'll second it for conversation. And I wanna say something. I haven't said nothing. Now, me and Supervisor Bailey talked earlier today about this and about what they voted to. They just voted to purchase this building last night. All right, and it came up, and I guess they had been talking about, you know, the need in this side of the facility. One of her big things has been mental health. One of her platforms, a mental health facility, and being able to put something down here in Dumfries. And her heart was, this was right along the bus corridor where the buses coming to PRTC. Also, as we just stated earlier, we know that evictions are going to be on the rise. Even though we're writing a letter to the state to ask them to put a moratorium on evictions and to stop these foreclosures, but homelessness is going to rise. We haven't seen the brunt of what's about to happen. And so with COVID being out there and the social distancing, as Mr. Johnson said, their facilities are capacity. I know acts have been at capacity turning people away. And it's been people out there who haven't had a facility place. Now, I didn't like the idea, but the idea of rehabilitating them, not just giving the homeless a place to stay, but actually creating some workforce development type programs. I asked those questions. I said, well, what are we doing to not just give them a handout, but here's a handout. We're going to rehabilitate them and work to get them jobs and get them into places where they can be self-sufficient, not only, you know, with those vouchers, but to be able to help them to find jobs and to be able to put those in and to use other facilities. And as they said, I think I asked the question too about how much of the facility, and they said just a small part of the facility, because it is eerie when you think about what kind of traffic and stuff you're bringing there. But I think if we believe in people and believe in the ability to rehabilitate people, some people have just fallen on hard times and just need an opportunity for somebody to believe in them and somebody to care about them and get the proper services. We don't know what people have been through or what challenges they've been through. And I think it's an opportunity to be able to be a part of a solution or a greater picture of what it is. And I'm gonna give now a Will opportunity to give his presentation, because there's a motion on the floor. I don't know if we need to give that presentation, but there's a motion on the floor to schedule the public hearing for this, right? There's optional time. There's about 30 days from now, because we're scheduling this a month out, to do all the notifications, to get everybody involved, to hear everybody's input from South Cove to Williamstown to bringing in, if we want Supervisor Bailey to hear her vision. We've heard from the county standpoint and how important this is. I think from what I heard from her and talking to him, this was surprisingly a unanimous vote. Is that right, Mr. Johnson, to purchase this?
Yes.
Yeah, and so, when you had all the supervisors, all in agreement and stuff, and I know that, all of this is based on the emergency and the CARES funding, and which is why the timeline is there. But I had no part in Melva for me to facilitating this or telling them to buy this building. It has nothing to do with me. There's no conflict. I ain't got no piece of pie, no cake, no candy in that pot. So this is all, I didn't facilitate this. I didn't direct this. I got no parts. And I just want to make that clear over here right now. So Mr. Rogers, do you have something for Mr. Capers to present?
Well, Mr. Capers is prepared. I know that there's a motion on the floor. I just wanted to reiterate that this is to initiate a zoning text amendment and schedule a public hearing. So there will be further review from staff as well as public hearing. So further time for follow-up. That's what I wanted to add. And I just wanted to add to reiterate because I think the quote was, "I'd like to rip someone's head off," directed at me. I just wanted to reiterate. Yes, sir, Councilman, I see you. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that the reason for the later notice in terms of adding this item to the agenda is because the applicant did not have approval to move forward until the meeting last night, which is why I requested that the agenda be amended to add this item per the applicant's request. So in the spirit of collaboration with our partners in the county and the appropriateness of bringing forward a zoning application, that was a part of the process for this time. So I just wanted to let that be clear for the record.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to schedule a public hearing on the 15th of September for a zoning text amendment. All right, they could purchase the building, do all the services, but they're asking to add in homeless shelter into the language of the zoning text amendment. And so that's the public hearing. That's the motion on a motion made by Councilwoman Miles. And I second that motion. All right, was there any other discussion on the motion? I think everybody had an opportunity to speak. So, all right, we will call for the question. All right, Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Okay, Councilwoman Miles.
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Willis. You're on mute.
No.
Okay. Councilman Fields. You're on mute.
No.
Okay, Councilman Brewer.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I don't personally agree with the homeless shelter coming here, but I think that we owe our public the opportunity to hear this and voice their opinions on it. And for that, I vote yes for the public hearing.
Okay, and I vote yes. That's 4-3. Motion carries to schedule a public hearing for September the 15th.
Again, thank you for your time tonight, folks. Appreciate the conversation and look forward to working with you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, next on our agenda is the town manager's report. Discussion. Town manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate, as has been said tonight, that we are indeed still in the midst of an ongoing pandemic. We have a health crisis, a financial crisis, civil unrest, and last week they threw a hurricane at us. So I just want to say that I thank council for the support and staff for their hard work in ensuring that we continue our core functions of government even during these emergency times. So I just wanted to highlight a few things. The next senior luncheon drop-off delivery will be held on August 14th. That's next Friday. Last month, I know that we delivered meals to over 35 seniors. So we're glad to be able to continue to provide that service safely while social distancing. And we're looking forward to the day where everyone could come back together again in the community center. Also on Saturday, September 5th, we have our Willie J. Tony basketball court dedication scheduled. So we will have a flyer prepared for distribution for this event that was approved at the last council meeting next week. And so those details on that flyer will be inclusive of social distance guidelines. Just a note, the scheduled park maintenance for that particular park will occur between now and then so that the park is in optimal condition before our event. Also later that evening, we will have the town's fireworks celebration that was previously rescheduled from July. So again, a flyer with the details will be distributed on next week for this event. And in compliance with the governor's orders, we will not host residents or vendors in Garrison Park, but we will include information on preferred viewing locations throughout the town, and residents will be asked and encouraged not to congregate in large groups. Just for the councils, I know that we've been in this local emergency, so we've amended some of the ways that we do our agenda items because we are under our continuity of government. So we've been bringing things that are only of pertinent relevance to continuing government. And I also know that even when I arrived in the town, there were some longstanding inconsistencies with council meeting minutes. But I just wanted to let council know that all of the minutes, staff has worked to rectify that, and all of the minutes for this calendar year will be before you on September 1st for your pleasure. I also just wanted to thank the staff as well as our consultants from AECOM on all the work they did related to the comprehensive plan and the corresponding zoning code updates. A specific page for our comprehensive plan has been added to our website. This is a major endeavor for a community. We have multiple public hearings, multiple public meetings to get feedback from residents, particularly to inform what the community wanted to see along Main Street once we have our Route 1 widening project completed. That leads me to my next point. As we all know, at the July 9th meeting of MVTA, we did receive $78 million for our construction costs, which would complete our total funding for that project. So staff continues to work with VDOT, MVTA, as well as the county on the necessary implementation steps. And we have our goal of providing an update to the public this fall. With that, I will turn it over if there are any questions, but I just wanted to provide those updates.
Okay, council. Vice Mayor?
It's time for another stretch break.
Okay, but we were just gonna finish this item. I think there was some discussion. Councilor Neville, did you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll just pick back up from what I had said earlier. I apologize to the public that may be tuning in and watching this. I'm not prepared to discuss this, as well as the reconciled FY20 report, budget report, nor the treasurer's report, which has been called the financial report lately, because it came in my email at 5:17. And I like to be prepared when I come to meetings. So with that, I ask that we are able to receive these monthly reports no later than the Wednesday prior to a council meeting or work session. And I'm willing to put that in a motion, but I'm also interested to hear the thoughts of everyone else. I understand how items such as the one we just finished discussing can come up at the last minute. But I think some of those reports, especially with the transparency with the town manager's report and the town treasurer's report, I like to be able to see that, especially with the reconciled FY20 budget. I can't really comment right now because I have not had time to review it. So that's just how I feel right now. And I was disappointed about that. Those are my thoughts, Mayor.
Well, Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry that you were disappointed, Councilwoman. If I can just remind the council that typically the manager's reports were provided at the second meeting of the month, And even though there's not a formal rule for that, that had been the practice, and I am aware of that. So I definitely don't want anyone to feel like they didn't have enough time to review information and prepare. So I'm happy to do whatever is the council's pleasure, but I just wanted to remind, and one of the reasons for that is the financial report for the month. It's been less than I guess at 11:30, it's now been 3 full business days since the close of the month. So between actually conducting the business of the finance department and producing that report, that allows time for us to provide that information more than just a few days. But I understand that it was requested. We put it on the agenda because I wanted to make sure the council knew that they would receive it, and staff was able to hustle and get that in less than 72 business hours since the close of the month. But I'm happy to do whatever is council's pleasure, but there is a method to that. It was not arbitrary. So we can discuss it further at any time.
And I just want to make this statement as a rebuttal to that. We are aware, as our practice is during the summer months, we have 1 meeting too. So let's be clear with that. So there is no second meeting this month. And during last month's meeting, we were told we would see the reconciled FY20 budget during the August meeting, which is where we are right now. So I just want to put that out there, just to be very clear.
Well, I'd also like to...
Why did you just cut me off? So that's where I'm coming from. We have 1 meeting right now. I just asked for a report for transparency, and I just wanted to share how I felt about that. And I also hope that those reports are posted on the website, the town's website, somewhere for transparency for the citizens to be able to read those reports, since we did receive them before the meeting, and they may not have been on the original agenda packet, which came out on Friday. So that's all I have. I'm curious to hear, maybe it's just me. I don't think so, because we have 1 meeting the month of July and the month of August.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say this: the treasurer's report, Mr. Rogers. So it traditionally did come out the second meeting of the month, but we had all our staff reports from the previous month put on the first the agenda. The first meeting of every month, we have all of the previous month for staff reports. But the financial reports, you're correct, they did come out the second meeting at our work session, because the treasurer always needed time to close out the end of the month. So you're absolutely right, 3 to 4 days to close out a month. That's why we always got the treasurer's report in the second meeting. But all of the staff reports from the previous month, we did get in the first meeting of the month. So Councilwoman DeVille is correct. We did get that at the first meeting. So it's just the treasurer's report that we would get at the second, to give everybody time to close out the previous month. So. Council Lady Willis. You just muted yourself.
Thank you. I have been stretched and stressed, not just in August, but for several times, trying to get my packet read in a timely manner and be able to do any research or anything like that before the meeting occurs. And with us not getting the packet the week before, like Miss Council Lady Novell was saying, it doesn't give us time to look at it, digest it, ask questions, do our due diligence at all. And I think that if we're getting it late, are the citizens getting it at all? It needs to be put on the website the same Wednesday that we as council people get the packet ourselves. That way, if the citizens want to come to a meeting and Zoom in, they're able to, or they can contact us with their questions and everybody's on the same page. I mean, again, like she said, if I have to make a motion, we need to do that, because this is getting we all work. We can't be getting something 2 days before and, trying to read this stuff, because this particular meeting had a lot going on. And, You know, you can't get in depth into, you know, getting into it and do your due diligence at all when you have no time.
Yeah, so as far as the meeting agenda packages, they're not going on the Granicus side because our clerk has been out. Dawn has been out. So Dawn has put it, but the meeting packages have been going on the website. It's just been on the home page. So if you look at that scrolling, because when we got the email saying it's on the website, I personally went out and looked when we got the FOIA request, and I saw them personally on the website and clicked on the link. They just wasn't on the side that said Granicus. So if you go and click on the website right now and you look on the home page, you'll see, because that's where I pull the agendas up. At every meeting that I hosted, most of them I pulled up right off the website because I didn't go in and print it. So I can vouch and say that the agendas are on the website. They're listed up there. So if you can't find it, I'm pretty sure.
The agenda, I'm not that insane. I can look up stuff on that website. The thing about it is, having an agenda is one thing. Having the backup documentation so they can read it is something else.
Yeah, no,
And if we're not getting it, do we need to go to the website early so we can get it?
No.
When is it being posted to the website?
The same day that the email comes out. So
exactly.
So the same day that we get the email of the package is when it go out. So we've been, if you go,
well, that's too late.
Outside of this we've been getting our packages on the Thursday before the council meeting because we go over the agenda before the package goes out. So I know that outside of this town manager report that we got today, we've been getting our packages on the Thursday before the meeting.
Hey, Mayor, I just want to just interject really quickly. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis. I know
that's fine.
But I'm on the website, well, here, but on the website right now, and this is why I brought that up. So the information that was added at 5:17 to us in an email has not been.
That's a different conversation.
So that's why I asked if that can be added to the website transparency so that citizens can see that as well. I just want to make sure that was very clear because it's not.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Are you talking about the entire agenda with the package that Council Lady Willis is talking about? Can you see that on the website? Because you're talking two different conversations here.
We have last week's agenda on the website. The materials, if you look on your phone on the website, all that's not there. So what she's saying is just when we have these updates and all the materials.
Updates. Okay, so I can agree with the updates. But the initial package that gets emailed out is going on the website at the same time.
Yeah, so that's there. So what I was saying, and that's why I wanted to clarify, those updates, the updated agenda with the updated attachments, please make sure those get on the website for the people.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, the reason why that's not posted before is because the agenda is not valid until the council amends it. So we absolutely will put the amended agenda, but that's just a point of clarity. I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that if the agenda is amended, it won't appear on the advertised packet. We're required to advertise the packet by 3 days prior to the meeting. And so it is posted and distributed to council at the time. Again, I am happy to do meet any deadlines or timeframes that the council would like. The established timeframes are based on the 3 days prior, which is why the packets have come out 3 days prior. But whatever the council would like, I'm happy to comply with.
I've got another question. It's been alluded to in this meeting 2 times. Mr. Capers alluded to it, and we're talking about it now. We need a certified clerk for our meetings, and we do not have one. And we need to contact someone to get it. We need to contact someone at VML to get us a certified clerk, because right now we've been flying by our non-certified coattails without one. And I've mentioned it time and time again, and if I have to make a motion, I'm going to do it. I make a motion that this council direct Mr. Rogers to obtain a certified clerk for our meetings. We only meet twice a month, and have one in place in our September meeting.
I have a question.
Sure.
You mean a temporary clerk?
Yes, thank you for clarification.
Okay.
All right, so I just want to get a point of clarity. So you're looking for a temporary clerk to attend our council meetings for the purpose of taking minutes?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted some clarity. All right, so temporary, so the motion on the floor is for a temporary clerk to attend our council meetings to take the minutes. All right, so it's been motioned. Is there a second?
Second that.
All right.
I've got a question. Who's been certifying our minutes?
Wait, is it a question on the motion?
Who has been certifying our minutes?
Our minutes haven't been certified yet. That's what's in the report. I know you didn't get a chance.
So Mr. Rogers said that our minutes are updated, but they haven't been certified, so they're not updated.
They've been prepared.
This is a quagmire we're walking through. We have got to get someone in for it as a temporary clerk until our clerk comes back.
So there's a motion currently on the floor that you made and that was seconded by Council.
I understand that.
I just want to make 2 points of clarity or maybe questions. One, there's no requirement to have a certified clerk. That's one. 2, but it's certainly council's pleasure. So I'm happy to, proceed with the motion. 2, the minutes are not certified, they're adopted. So they need to be presented to council and adopted. But in order to do that, they must be prepared. So since we've been in the pandemic, we have not had that. And so I'm happy to facilitate that. But I just want to make it clear, our clerk is unfortunately on long-term out for a long period of time. So we have picked up the slack and made sure that the meeting still went on. And so I just wanted to make those points of clarity that we're happy to do anything that council has asked, but I just want to be respectful that we were able to pick up the slack for Dawn, because I know that she is a greatly missed, certainly on our end.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor that Councilwoman Willis made, and it was seconded by Councilman DeVille.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. Just to piggyback actually on what Mr. Rogers said. I feel that I want to make sure when she comes back, she doesn't have a pile of work. So that's one of the reasons why I definitely support that we have a temporary clerk to carry this work for this time, and also just to make sure we have the financing and the budget to cover the cost of a temporary clerk. So those are the 2 things I wanted to point out. I think it's good for us to have someone to get the work done. I hate for her to come back to see a pile of work. That's not cool. We can prevent that. But also, I'm curious to know, and I'm sure Mr. Rogers, you don't have the answer right now on top of your head, but where could the money come from in the budget to cover a temporary clerk? So that's all I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Okay, so Melvin, does your motion have to be a certified clerk? Can it just be a clerk that we just get in a temporary clerk to come to?
Let me ask Ms. Pandak for a clarification.
Okay.
I don't recall that there's a requirement for a certified clerk. There's a requirement for minutes, but I have to say I have not looked at the issue before. It is increasingly becoming a practice around the state for clerks to go through certification processes, but I do not recall seeing a legal requirement that they be a certified clerk.
Okay, well, our clerk has gone through that particular education portion also, because we congratulated on her accomplishment. So,
question for you, Ms. Pandak. Is a clerk an officer of the court? Are they certified by the circuit court?
No, Mr. Mayor, in response to Councilman Brewer's question, the clerk to the town council is not an officer of the court. There is a circuit court clerk who is elected, who is a constitutional officer. That is separate.
Okay.
Okay, but they're not a officer of the court.
No, they're a constitutional officer. They're called a clerk of the circuit court, but
No, I'm not talking about circuit court. I'm talking
Yes.
about a clerk of a municipality.
I do not recall ever hearing that association. I can't tell you that any moment in time I know everything,
Okay.
but I do not recall that association that they are an officer of the court.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
So you're asking me to change my motion, and I really think that we need to have, I really think that we need a clerk here. I think we need to, with Sharon saying that they don't have to be certified, I really think we do. And I tell you what, 2 times a month, there shouldn't be any issue with it.
okay.
Because I agree with Ms. Novell that when Dawn walks back in here, she shouldn't be having to, because she had everything caught up. And there's lots of things that's probably on her desk that nobody's doing. So, you know, plus we don't know what her end date is as far as coming back right at this point in time.
So can you repeat the motion?
Lord. I'd like Mr. Rogers to acquire the town of Dumfries a clerk for our council meetings. Temporary clerk for our council meetings whenever our council meetings occur. 2 meetings minimum.
Okay. All right, so the motion.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
I do apologize.
Yeah, that's okay.
I actually have pulled up the code section. And it's 15.2, 1538. The governing body shall appoint a qualified person who shall not be a member of the governing body to record the official actions of such governing body. The person shall be called the clerk for the council, and I'm skipping to points where the clerk of court also serves as the clerk of the governing body. There's a provision for compensation. So in some localities, probably rural ones, the clerk of the court apparently can serve as a clerk of the governing body. And that's 1539 talks about the duties. I do not see any provision that requires them to be certified. I think the term qualified means that they know what they're doing.
All right.
Text that I'm reading it.
All right.
I don't see a requirement for any particular, but that's probably why you are hearing that people are taking the certification course, is in order to be qualified to do what they're doing.
Right. So, again, I'd like to make a motion that Mr. Rogers find and hire a temporary clerk that meets the qualifications in the code. I think it's 15.2.15.38.
Yes, ma'am.
To attend our council meetings a minimum of twice a month, and to take the minutes from these meetings and distribute them as directed to council, to the citizens. That's it.
Okay. Councilwoman Deville? Is that second still?
My second stands.
Okay, very well. All right, so there's a motion on the floor as stated to direct the town manager to find and hire a temporary clerk that meets the qualifications in the code for the town council minutes and to distribute them. On the motion made by Councilwoman Willis and second by Councilwoman DeVille, is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call for the question. Councilwoman Miles,
Aye.
okay, Councilman Fields,
Yes.
okay, you up? Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
okay. I done lost track now. Councilwoman DeVille,
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis,
Yes.
okay, Vice Mayor,
Yes.
okay, and
Yes.
myself. All right, so that motion carries 7-0. All right, was there any other topics here from the council? Councilwoman DeVille, did we hit all of your topics?
Yes, I'm just wondering, do I need to make that in the form of the motion, or will we receive these materials the Wednesday before the meeting?
Well, it's written in the code that it be published the 3 days before the council meeting.
Is that business days?
Yes, 3 business days.
Okay. All right, cool.
So it's right, yeah, it has to be published. But
Thank
so
you.
how do you want to deal with updates or amendments? You don't want because I think that's where the point of contingency came in. It was on the update or the amendment stuff that came in.
Well, Mr. Rogers already talked about that.
Okay.
It can't be posted until it's voted on or accepted.
Okay.
My main thing is, just as we had already discussed, tomorrow, those added items that came in at 517 will be added so the public can view those documents.
Got it. Councilwoman Miles.
So I just have a question about that, and it might just be because I'm sleepy. I might not be. But the original agenda hadn't been voted on either. So how are we supposed
But
to
it
do
was
that?
posted. But it was posted. So the issue, the agenda has to be posted.
Oh, okay. I need coffee. Okay.
Sorry. All right. So somebody requested a quick stretch break. I got 11:51. If you got them, smoke them. Go drink what you got. And
Hey, Mayor, can I ask a quick question? You can answer it when we come back, but I'm just curious, how many public hearings do we have on the September 15th agenda?
okay. So I'll look at that and count it up. And
Okay.
like I got 11:52. I guess we can come back tomorrow at 12.
About that. So we still have a closed session that we're supposed to go into. And I believe one of the first meetings we got here when we had a marathon meeting like we're having right now, there was a question about whether or not we could just continue on into the next day with our meeting. Because I know we're going to be in closed session for a long time, and I wish we didn't have to go into closed session tonight. But Sharon, are there any legal ramifications of this meeting extending past midnight?
I don't think that there are, Mr. Mayor, but if the council wants to simply take a vote to continue into the next day, that certainly doesn't hurt.
I don't want to.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
You vote before we go on break.
You don't have to vote to continue if you don't want. So is somebody trying to put a motion on the floor before we? Because it will be another day if we step away from here.
No, let's just get this over it, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue the meeting into a closed session, even though it's after 12 midnight.
Second.
Okay, it's been motion, it's been second. All right. Any discussion on the motion? The motion on the floor is to continue this meeting into August the 6th from August the 5th. Vice Mayor.
What happens if this motion fails?
Then the meeting, I guess, adjourned.
Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Miles.
Can we just read into closed session and then when we resume, we'll just resume in the closed session?
Yeah, I guess you could do. Do we have two different who has the? Do we have two different resolutions?
Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared
Motion
to
on the
read you the
floor.
closed session resolution. There are 2 items for closed meeting. And you're going to have, I need to state those as I indicated to you. with specificity and citing the code section. It's on your agenda, but that needs to be orally stated as well.
Okay, does each one of them need to be voted on separately? Or
No, sir, you can vote on them as one motion.
okay, go ahead.
The motion is going to tomorrow.
No.
Yeah,
Not reading the minute, huh?
That's correct. I
Yeah.
think it's, the motion on the floor right now is to continue the meeting into tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then I presume there will be a motion for closed meeting.
All right. So let's first take the vote to go into closed session. I mean to
Going to the next day.
got it. Let's take a vote to continue this meeting into the next day on a motion made by Councilwoman Willis. It was seconded by Councilwoman DeVille. I guess seeing no further discussion. No, we're gonna call for the question. Councilman Fields?
No.
Okay. Councilwoman Miles?
Yes.
Yes for you. All right. Councilwoman DeVille?
Aye.
Okay. Councilwoman Willis?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Brewer?
Yes.
I think he, Vice Mayor?
Okay, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no too, but the motion carries 4-3 for us to continue this into another day. The motion carries 4-3 to continue this meeting into another day. All right, Mr. Pandek, we'll let you read us in the closed session.
Yes, so the request for closed meeting, that the two that requests have been made to me is for discussion of the performance of a specific employee. There are two items in this regard, and it's pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1.
That's it. Somebody need to make that in a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. The motion by Councilman Phil, second by Councilwoman DeVille. I'm getting slower at this. All right. So any discussion on the motion for the two personnel items? All right, seeing no discussion. It was moved by Councilman Fields and second by Councilwoman DeVille on what our attorney read for us to go in. All right, Councilwoman Willis. Is that a yay or a nay? To go into closed session. You want to go in or you want to leave? You vote?
Yes, I want to go into closed session.
All right, there we go. All right, Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
You up? Okay. Councilman Fields.
Well, I so moved it, so I guess I got to go yes now.
You don't have to. It's still your choice. You can move.
I really don't, so no.
Okay. All right, then vote your conscience. Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Councilman Brewer.
All right.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
No.
Yeah, that's a no for me. So that's 4-3 again. It passes. Vote your conscience. All right, it passes 4-3 for a closed session. So it's 11:58. At this point, I guess can we come back at 12:05?
Maybe we take 12 hours and come back at noon.
Okay, you want to continue this to noon?
Nah, I'm trying to have this meeting and be done with this. I'm not trying to come back.
All right. Yeah, that's 12:05. We went into a closed session to discuss performance evaluation on specific employees pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711 Alpha, and only those items that were heard, customers can consider were all done so by the resolution by which it was convened. So I'm making a motion to say that we only spoke on items in which we went into closed session for.
Second.
All right, it's been motion, it's been second.
And Councilman Brewer had to depart the meeting, so he's not here to certify.
Yep, what she said. All right, so seeing no further discussion, Councilwoman Willis,
Yes.
Councilwoman DeVille,
Aye.
Councilman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman Miles,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
All right, Mayor Wood. Meeting is certified 6-0, with one being vacant. All right, we're back live too, by the way. Just wanted to make sure you all knew. Councilwoman DeVille, did you have anything to report from closed session?
Well, just about the logistics for the next meeting.
Okay.
That's what I was going to touch on. So due to the pandemic, we've had been meeting virtually to protect everyone from contracting COVID and to keep germs at a minimum in the building and town hall. So I believe those special conditions we voted on at our March meeting lasted through September 1st, which is the date of our next council meeting. So that stated, we need to determine now how we're logistically going to have our meeting on September 1st. And with that, I'm saying I still need to be virtual.
Our meeting the 1st or the 7th, Keith?
I just want, I was just a point of clarity. The continuity of government ordinance covers us through September 7th. So it would cover the September 1st meeting, but it is a discussion that needs to happen. So Councilwoman DeVille it's certainly appropriate to have the conversation now.
Or we can have it at the September 1st meeting and determine if we want to extend the emergency ordinance, but we can make that an agenda item. So
Yes, however, that will require some conversation because we would have to have an agenda item to extend that. So if we, I'm not trying to belabor the meeting, but if it's already stated, kind of what council's pleasure is, we can go ahead and make sure the necessary documents are ready for that September 1st meeting. So we, which we'll have to deal with it at that meeting anyway.
do you want to extend it until schools open back up and the kids go back to school? No, we can't. That's an indefinite date, right?
I would yield to Ms. Pandak, but I think it's most appropriate to pick a date certain.
That is correct. I'm sorry. Also, we will need to know whether the governor has extended the emergency. That will be a key issue.
Okay, so we really can't make a decision now then. When is the governor's emergency over?
Keith may know, I don't know.
He does it by executive order, and there have been multiple ones, but I thought that the latest one took us through September 30th, but don't quote me on that. I would have to look it up. The only question that I would have for Ms. Pandak, absent of a governor's executive order for the emergency, that is the only thing that would give us the authority to extend our continuity of government. Is that correct?
That is my general understanding. Okay. I think probably you're also going to hear whether or not the Board of Supervisors is extending their declaration, but yours hinges off of the governor's declaration largely.
Okay.
So when we talk about that, I just think about the different phases, several phases to go through. So, and flu season is coming up, and, there's a situation in Stafford schools right now with COVID spreading among staff. So I feel like we should determine how we want to meet through December 31st of this year. And
not right now, we did it next week.
If the governor comes back and says something, changes something in October, November, anytime before that, then we clearly would have to adjust at that time. But, you know, it's up to how do you all, you know, some people might want to be in the building. I'm just saying, whatever we do, it needs to have a virtual option because I'm only willing to meet virtually.
If I might recommend that the decision only be made with respect to your first meeting in September, and then as Mr. Rogers has indicated, we can bring you the documents that would provide for an extension past that time.
Mr. Rogers, didn't you say you would like to know what our pleasure is so you can have this information ready for the September meeting? Like when you say our pleasure, do you want to know, do we care to meet face-to-face or virtually? Can you clarify?
I think, yes, I did say that, but I think that Ms. Pandek clarified that in order to amend the continuity of government or adopt a new continuity of government ordinance at the September 1st, it will be dependent upon the governor's latest executive order at that time. But if the council wanted to say, if we are able, I'd like to continue to meet virtually, that would be helpful to know tonight, as a return to chambers would require me to do additional work to ensure social distancing. And it is council's pleasure. My only request would be that it's decided that we will either fully return or stay fully virtual. I think there are limitations with having some virtual and some in person that may present challenges for us to overcome. So that's just my 2 cents on whatever is council's pleasure.
Didn't we do that before? We had, when we were social distancing, we had people on the dais and 2 people Zooming, Monet and Sydney both were.
Yes, that was required because to adopt the continuity of government, you had to have a physical quorum present. We were able to overcome at that meeting because we knew that we were going to have to do that. However, at that time, we pretty much had all staff on hands on deck to be prepared to accommodate at that meeting. Also, if any return to physical chambers has to result in a physical return for residents as well. So now the place that we are in the pandemic, there's additional guidance that has been provided as opposed to where we were at that April meeting date. So we've identified some challenges to that. Now it is still council's pleasure. If you want to fully return, then we would just have to go full-fledged and accommodate. But having some members on Zoom and some members physically, while I won't say what's impossible, because we'll make it happen, that's just my request, that we pick one or the other and not, I don't recommend a hybrid.
I agree.
Okay. So do you have direction, or have we given you direction?
Well, I know that Councilwoman Neville expressed the desire to continue elect virtually.
Is that the consensus? Let me just go around. Councilwoman Willis, virtual or in person?
Well, let me ask you something. If we want to continue to be virtual, even though the executive order from the governor says that we can meet in person, do we have that option?
I don't think the executive order from the governor will state it that way. He will either continue the emergency, in which case you have the predicate for you doing it, or he will not. And if he does not, then as I recollect, you would have to independently establish that there is an emergency that keeps you from meeting, separate from the governor's foundational determination. And that gets harder for you to do that independently. The other way is that if you can have a physical quorum, then the rest of the members of council, if they have a medical condition, there's the separate provision in the Freedom of Information Act, irrespective of whether it's pandemic, can meet virtually. Doesn't have to be by Zoom, it could be by telephone calling in, which maybe would be more practical for the town manager and staff. But you would have to have a physical quorum under that separate section of the Freedom of Information Act.
So you asked me a question, whether I wanted to Zoom or be on the dais. I really don't have I mean, I don't really have a, I don't have a medical condition except
You're high risk.
age. I mean,
Right.
I'm one of the ones over whatever the threshold is. But I don't have a problem with that. I've been probably in more places than all the whole council combined. So, I mean, if we choose to do virtual, I'm with it. If we choose to do back to the dais, I'm with it. I don't care. I really don't. So put me down for virtual because, we're doing that right now and until we're directed otherwise, and virtual it is.
Councilman Fields.
Virtual.
Okay. Councilwoman Miles.
Virtual.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Virtual.
All right. And I'm a vote on the virtual, so we can do the virtual. Works for everybody. Okay, you got your direction.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I think that we've exhausted everything we can exhaust tonight,
including ourselves.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
Best motion I heard out of you all day.
What? What was that?
I second that motion.
What did you say, Brian?
I said the best motion I heard out of you all day.
Seeing no discussion, all in
Call
favor.
you tomorrow.
Verbal
Only
aye.
been in.
Aye.
All right, this
That's
meeting.
it.
You know, this is a new day.
Bye.
I'm calling you tomorrow.
I'm leaving. See y'all later.